Hello, everybody, and welcome to another session of Roll for Damage, where a group of us geeky friends decided to get together and showcase our storytelling through Dungeons and Dragons for all of the interwebs. I don't really have any major announcements. I did get a beta key to Valorant, so probably going to stream that this weekend. So if anyone doesn't have a key, I'll turn on drops and maybe you can get one. The way that I got it was watching like my friends more indie stream, and I just like had it on in the background while I was working for a few hours, and I turned back and there it was. So if you're interested in that, you can catch me probably tomorrow and Sunday a little bit playing some of that. So otherwise, I don't think we have anything major for today. So I think we can just jump right in to tonight's session of Roll for Damage. Okay, welcome back. Um, Last we left off, I'm just gonna get some music playing here. Oh, there we are. So, last we left off, the group had stayed the night after a encounter on the road with some goblinoid type creatures and spent time burying their bodies. Got back on the road, heading towards Avonhurst, but knowing that they would have to pass through probably a couple more towns before they got there, as it's quite a long journey. They, on their way towards the next town, Dehana, ended up in the middle of a storm, having to sort of navigate a good place to kind of wait it out and rest for the evening, getting caught in the soaking rain and heavy wind. They managed to find a small clearing in a forest that gave them a little bit of cover, and using their various nature and survival skills and their ingenuity, managed to craft an area where they could stay relatively dry and get rest to hopefully wait out the storm and in the morning continue. They made their way, continuing on after the storm had passed, relatively early in the morning, and they got up, got their things together, and continued on the road, trying to make good time, as there are a couple of members of the group that have other pressing business that they wish to get to. As they came into the town of Dehana, they heard a barker yell out that there had been a murder, that the daughter of the mayor was found dead in her own bed, drowned somehow, and that there was a 1,000 gold reward for anyone who had information or who could help in the investigation, and that there was a curfew for everyone to be indoors by sundown. As it was relatively late in the afternoon, the group headed towards a local tavern and began to sort of rest and relax, grabbing dinner and drinks before kind of figuring out what they wanted to do, while Baltaim and Dobby headed off on their own to scope out what was happening and headed towards the mayor's. With some good persuasion and some knowledge of that it's important to figure these things out within the first 48 hours. They managed to get an audience with the mayor and were told sort of what she knew had happened, and managed to get a chance to oversee the crime scene. They spoke with the sheriff, got his blessing to stay out a bit later than the normal folk, having a token to show any guard that they might come across, and that he would inform them. And they did their own bits of investigation to kind of get an idea of what might have occurred. They finally made their way back to the group, causing a little bit of infighting, as not everyone was made aware of the situation and what they were going to do, and there was no consensus on how to handle this. But everyone went to sleep and woke up in the morning well rested and ready to kind of handle everything together as a group. There was a decision made to head to the founder that you had not yet to Lord Asifer's to try to speak with his son Devon. And unfortunately, you attempted to get an audience, but were rebuffed, and this time persuasion was not as successful with the guards there. Deciding that you would ask for a time to potentially meet, and that should come back to the inn, and that you would hopefully find it, you decided to head towards the third founder of the city, Lord Isons. As you attempted to get into his property, his daughter allowed you in and had an audience with you, explaining what she knew, that she had been friends with the young deceased, and that she didn't think that there was anyone who would necessarily want Maria dead, or that she could think of. After answering all of your various questions and doing her best to help you out, she explained that you could always come back to her if you had any further questions, and that she was willing to help as best as she could, but she had given you all of the information that she could think would be important. You exited her property, were led off and outside of the gates, and that is where we pick up, as you are standing sort of in the middle of the street. At this point, it's probably maybe 11 in the morning, as you had headed out pretty early to try and go see Lord Asifer, and you'd spent a little bit of time heading towards Lord Isons and speaking with Carol, and now you have the rest of the day ahead of you to kind of figure out what your next move is. So, what would you like to do?
I think what we were setting up yesterday was we'd all split up after we had that interview with Carol. So if I remember correctly, it was Dobby and Ball were gonna go to the brothel.
And then hit up the
exciting
parts of town.
Party, the exciting parts of town. Sinric and Quinn were gonna go see Father Callum, and then Perry and Ori were gonna go reinvestigate the crime scene. So yeah.
Okay. So Let's start with Perry and Ori then.
I'll give the
badge, the
pen
little
to
pin.
Ori
Yeah.
Okay.
so that
Okay.
she'll have an easier time.
All right.
Okay.
So you all begin to split off and head in your various directions to see what information you can find. Perry and Ori, after being given sort of directions to where the mayor's house is by Ball and Dobby, explaining like where they had headed the previous night, you take your time and in about 20 or so minutes manage to 20 to 30 I'll say manage to make your way to the mayor's manor. There are guards stationed. You see quite a heavy presence of guards actually, where Dobby and Baltaim had told you that the previous evening there had been 2 stationed out front. You now see 5 across the front of the property. 2 sort of at the gate and 3 kind of patrolling like the sides and the front. And given this state and what you know of what happened to the mayor's daughter, there are likely more around the back and probably inside as well, attempting to make sure that the tragedy that has already occurred does not occur again.
Right.
But you head up to them and you kind of show the badge and explain that you wish to look into the crime scene one more time. And with the pin, they open the gate for you and allow you to head forward. You head to the house and knock, and you do, as you walk in the large grounds, see a numerous amount of guards also within the property walking around. You see about, I'll say, another 4 to 5 guards. And you see them just in various states of kind of patrolling the outside of the house. You head up to the property and knock on the door, and a gentleman, an older gentleman, human with sort of salt and pepper hair, comes and he says, can I help you?
Yes, we are here to take a second look at the crime scene.
I'm sorry, I don't know who you are.
We are allies of the gentleman who showed up here last night. Later in the evening.
Working with Dobby and Baltaim.
I see. Okay. Yes, you have the permission?
I'll show the pin.
Yeah. He
Yeah,
goes,
I
okay.
gesture to the
And he says,
door.
oh, okay. And you can see he's just being extra cautious as they've been kind of told to be on high alert. And he goes, of course, come in. I can show you to young Maria's room. The mayor is busy at the moment, I'm sorry, but if you do need to speak with her, I'm sure I can set up some kind of appointment, but she's still in a state and she has other things that she also has to take care of at this time, so I apologize if you're looking to speak with her. It won't be...
That may not be necessary.
All right. He lets you in and closes the door behind you and then kind of motions for you to follow him, and you head up the stairs and off to the right-hand side, down to the end of the hallway, where you see the door has kind of been marked by like chalk. It looks like the sheriff and the investigation has kind of like marked this off as the room that everything happened in, and they've been kind of trying to piece things together. He kind of opens the door and he says, please, if you need anything, just call. I shan't be too far.
Thank you.
And he lets
Thank
you
you
into
kindly.
the room. And you come to see the same room that Baltaim and Dobby did. You see the window on the far side. You see the bed and the 2 night tables on the side that you come in. Across from, on the right-hand side of the bed is the wall with the door to the bathroom. And then on the wall where the window is, there's like a dresser. And then on the left-hand wall is the wardrobe.
Okay.
First thing I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna kind of look around. Is there any semblance of arcane in here, any kind of rune or symbol that stands out as something that wouldn't just
Make
be
a
in somebody's
perception
bedroom?
check,
Perception.
as you're specifically looking for like sigils that have been etched.
11.
You take a look and you spend some time sort of looking around the room and kind of looking like corners and alcoves and areas where you think like potentially runes could be hidden, or arcane symbols, and then you kind of like look in the various areas where like if like a ritual was performed or something, you would know like how they would kind of set it up, but nothing stands out to you.
Okay. Next thing, and I'd probably employ Perry's help on this, just analyzing all the different things that they told me to look out for when they were going over things like evidence, like the footprints and the something about the bed. I think the bed wasn't
made. Like it's still not made.
Yeah.
You can see that it's at this point. It's just like the covers are pulled back. There's like a little like indent where a person would have laid, but the body's not there, obviously.
Okay.
You go by the bed, and you do look for a moment, and you do see those 4 prints heading towards the bed. They're a little faded. It looks like people have been walking around, but you do pick them out given what Dobby and Baltaim told you. You do see them in just like an even like pattern, and like of the size and type, like humanoidish, like 5 toes.
So it's a barefoot, right?
It looks like a barefoot, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's toes. It's not like a boot print.
Yeah.
And that is what you see. If you want to make an investigation check, you can make an investigation check.
Sure.
And if you're both kind of casing the
'cause
room,
I
go
wanna
ahead and make
look-
it with advantage.
Yeah, I want to look at the bed and see if the bed looks like it is or was wet.
So
Okay.
Like
yeah, so
staining
you
and that
guys,
sort of thing.
both of you kind of like taking the look, you do see the light markings of like watermark.
Okay.
It's dried at this point,
Mhm.
but you do see it, and interestingly enough, it looks like there are slight stains of like dirt, as if the water was not, like, it doesn't look like it was as if it came from a tap or a well.
Like river water or lake water.
Potentially, yes.
Okay, then I point that out and I specifically indicate that it looks like it could be lake or river water.
Okay.
So another ties to the water.
And then other than that, you don't see anything really else.
Okay.
Around the room.
Given that there are dirt stains, does the water smell like a lake? Like, does it smell like kind of like that fishy smell?
Yeah, it's hot. Like even with that investigation, at this point, it's really hard to get that, and it doesn't seem like the bed was drowned in water.
Right.
It seems like there was water around, but it's like faint. So it doesn't seem like, someone poured an endless bucket of water over her head or something like that, and it just soaked because you don't see water stains on like the wood flooring or anything like that, other than those footprints that somehow were, stuck in the dirt, or the dust of the floor. But you can't really smell anything. It's a bit too difficult at this point. But you do see the sediment of, like I said, what would seem like not water that, like, not like drinking water that you would naturally use, like, in a household.
Is there a piece of parchment or something that I could use to scrape some of that off and like fold it up to tuck away? So that
Do you have parchment on you?
Yeah, I'll take a
any-
piece of paper. I'll take a piece of
Yeah.
parchment out of the back of my journal.
Yeah, no problem. So yeah, you
And I'm just gonna scrape it carefully and fold it in half and
yeah,
tuck
you
it
make
real
like
tight.
you make like a little pouch. You know how to do that in your paper, and you like tuck it away in your bag.
Okay, so
With,
I
with
have a
a
pouch.
bit. It's a very minute amount.
Mhm.
It is very like fine, and not easy to like decipher of like
Mhm.
what the actual sediment is, but you do have some.
Okay.
And then Oriana would brag that she's probably read every book in major libraries around the world, but I understand that her knowledge is probably fairly limited.
Mm-hmm.
Have I ever heard of like a story like this of,
No.
even any kind of folk tale? Okay.
Yeah, I was gonna ask the same question. Have there ever been stories of something like this happening that I've heard in the village?
Nothing that you could connect anything to. Nothing like this. Like,
Right.
there's definitely magic in the world, right? Like
Yeah.
there's potential for someone to not touch someone or not have to like shove someone's head in something. But you'd feel that they're like, even someone gifted in the arcane would, I mean, maybe they'd leave, either they might not leave a trace behind, but maybe. And also like the footprints are kind of throwing you off, like a
Right.
barefoot mage. Maybe. I mean, someone could be crazy enough that they're like, I want to throw people off, but you're just you're not sure. Like, there's nothing that you've heard of, like, of a specific creature drowning things in their beds. You have heard
Right.
of things affecting your dreams, potentially. Like, there are creatures that could potentially, like, you've heard old wives' tales and old myths of things like, giving nightmares and sucking your life force when you sleep. Drowning, though, not so much.
All right.
Oriana,
Yes.
2 things. 1, we need to ask whoever found her this morning if it smelled like a lake.
That would be a very good idea for us to ask.
And speaking of smelling things, I know one way I can make my sense of smell better.
You are referring to the puppy form.
Yes, I could turn into a hunting mastiff. Maybe see if I smell anything odd. I mean, I've never heard of anything.
Will you lose the scent if you change back?
No, I keep my own brain power.
You would lose the scent.
I wouldn't remember how it smelled.
You would know how it smelled, but you wouldn't be able to track
Yeah,
it.
I wouldn't be able to track it. That's what I mean. I wouldn't be able to track it.
You'd know
But
how
I
it
would
smelled,
remember
yes.
what it smelled
Yeah.
like.
But you would recognize it. Okay. Well, then I think that's a good idea. Then let's try it.
Okay. I'm gonna find an area that's not cluttered, and I'm going to shift into mastiff form.
Okay, I mean, a mastiff is relatively
Yeah,
small
it's a medium
creature.
dog. Yeah, it's a medium dog, so it's not a big deal.
So
but-
yeah, you shift. Oriana, you kind of like close the door slightly so that like no one sees.
Yeah.
Although you don't see, like, Alec isn't specifically peering into the room. You kind of hear him shuffling like down the hall as he's keeping an ear out when you're ready to go, as he probably doesn't want you snooping around the house. But he's not specifically like over your shoulder watching, as this isn't his area of expertise. So yeah, you shift.
Okay. I want to start by sniffing around the bed and under the bed
Okay.
for anything that smells like it doesn't belong in a house. Something
Okay.
that smells like it might have come from outside.
Okay. Go ahead and make a perception check.
Ooh. Okay. Yes.
And I believe you get advantage because
Yes,
keen smell.
smell. Precisely my plan.
Ooh.
22.
Yeah, you definitely smell like outside, an outside water source. You don't know if it's lake, river, but it smells fresh. It's like a fresh water. But other than that, like, there's not really, like, that's what you smell.
Under the
And he's-
bed?
No, not under the bed. on the from the sheets, and it's getting
Okay.
It's getting fainter as it's been about
Because it's drying.
almost 2 days at this point of
Right, 'cause
it
it's
drying
drying.
off. But because of the sediment that was kind of left behind and everything like that, and just how strong it is, you do smell sort of this emanating stench like around the bed, and it sort of wafts like to the end of the bed, and then it's really hard for you to kind of like figure out where it's heading from there.
Okay. Around the footprints, do I get the same kind of smell?
The footprints are you're not really getting anything off of the footprints.
Then I'm gonna kind of sniff the perimeter of the room and toward the window.
And I'll say, like, with that, you once you get past the bed, unlike a normal sort of scent that you would be able to sort of trail, it kind of goes to the end of the bed and then dissipates. It's like you like sniff the air and it's there for a second and then gone.
Okay. Don't want to waste what I've got. So as to not waste, I'm gonna sniff the other rooms a little bit. Same kind of.
What other rooms?
The bathroom.
Okay, so you go into the bathroom. I'll say again, with that perception, you smell bathroom smells. Some pleasant, some not so.
Yeah.
But nothing. That smell that you got from the sheets doesn't permeate over here.
Okay. I'm gonna look up at Oriana and kind of whimper and glance around, looking for direction. Is there anything else she wants me to sniff out?
While she's sniffing, originally, one last thing Oriana wants to do is just kind of like focus on just the power of arcane and just see if there's anything she can kind of sense. Just as like a...
All right, make an Arcana check.
Search with your feelings.
Actually, make an Arcana check with disadvantage.
Fair enough.
Just make an Arcana check. It's just gonna be a really high DC probably because. Yeah, you like focus and like look and you try to like feel the energy in the air and you're not able to pick up anything.
Yeah, just because you got a gift for it doesn't mean you understand it. Alright. In that case, I'll just kind of like lean down and just like scratch her behind the ears and just be like, I think we're done here. We've found everything we're going to find.
Okay. And then I'm going to just like nod and then shift back.
Okay. So you shift back into yourself and
I'm still scratching her behind the ears.
Yeah. Okay. Only nice when I'm a dog.
Okay. Anything else?
Ori, I that water definitely came from outside.
Seems as such.
It's on the bed, and it kind of goes to the end of the bed, and then poof, it's gone. It's like it just vanished. I think we definitely need to look at that lake.
Yes, I agree. So what we understand so far seems to be she came home later than expected. She was not with anyone that God saw. She was not barefoot.
She came home upset.
She was upset. Presumably she goes straight to her room. And then these bare footprints with water markings and water and slight amount of dirt on the bed. She drowns in her sleep. Something gets out of the room without leaving a way that we can track in any sense. And then they find her in the morning drowned.
Yeah, and somehow it was done with outside water. But not like, I mean, it doesn't look or smell like somebody just dumped water on her until she died. I mean, and I've never heard of anything like this. I mean, I've known people who can control water. I mean, Oh,
I suppose it could be
Okay.
something as simple as that, but it begs the question: how should they get the water into here? Did they just bring a whole tank of water with them? It doesn't seem likely. It seems as if something managed to avoid detection to get inside. Then either it has some sort of innate ability, or it is something that can use magic to some extent. Something certainly more powerful than the average guard would be familiar with. This does not match anything I've ever read or heard about. I don't know about you and your experiences.
I mean, like I said, I mean, my mama can control water, but this is not, I mean, I've never heard of anyone controlling it like this. I mean, could you even? I don't know.
It's
That's
I'm not
an
familiar.
unsettling and terrible thought.
Very unsettling. I'm not familiar with that specific type of magic. That seems to be of the more druidic nature, but just from the way you're describing, with great difficulty, maybe. It doesn't seem like that is how the spell is intended, but if she was asleep, perhaps there's nothing causing difficulty to do such thing.
That's very true. I mean,
But I do not think it is, as strange as it is to say this, I do not think it is that simple.
oh no, drowning someone in their bed is not a simple feat, I don't think. I would like to look. I just had a thought, and I would like to go run to the window and look out to see if that person that Dobby and Baltaim described looking up at them.
Make a perception.
Okay, normal perception for my normal elven eyes. Ooh, natural one. For
You
big old
look,
Robin, 6.
and you see just the courtyard. You don't really see
Okay.
anything.
Sun glares right in her eyes.
Yeah.
Ow.
Oh.
Okay,
She stares at the sun.
I would never. Okay,
She's
we
got
all,
this whole thing going on right here that I've got.
Yeah.
My cheek lines.
in that case, why don't we go find out who found her and ask about the smell and like how wet the bed was? Because I mean, it's been a while. It's dry. And then I think we need to find the others, and then I think we need to check that lake.
I agree. That seems like the most prudent plan. And so I'll like peek my head out. Excuse me.
Yes, of course. Are you
I've-
done?
Yes, I believe we have finished looking at the room, but we were curious who was the one who found her.
The mayor. Her mother.
Oh, the mayor found her. Oh,
Yes.
oh well, she's quite busy.
Yes.
Did you see? I know this is real untoward, but did you see her before they took her away? By any chance?
Maria.
Yes.
Oh, well, yes. I mean, her mother screamed when she found her, and I came running, and it was a sight to behold. But yes, I was the one who went and got the sheriff and the guard.
I'm really sorry to have keep asking you questions, but did you happen to notice how wet the bed was?
Yes, it was very, very strange. We didn't know what had caused it at first. We thought maybe an accident of some sort, but that wasn't right. And once the guard and the sheriff came and told us that she was pretty much drowned, it made more sense.
So
Although
it
a
was
strange
re-
place to have that happen.
So it was real wet? Like,
Yes.
Was it soaked through?
Oh, soaked through. No. I don't really know. I mean, if you mean, was it dripping all over the place? Not really. I don't believe it was. There was no puddles on the floor or anything like that.
More like it was damp.
Well, she was damp.
Okay, I have one more real strange question.
Mhm.
The water, it seems like it came from outside. Did you happen to notice? I know you live near the lake, so maybe you understand. Did it did it smell like the lake? I know it's a weird question, but
I don't remember, to be honest. I don't know. Everything happened so quickly, and her mother was just not in a good place, and was pretty hysterical. And then by the time I got the guard and the sheriff came, and they began looking around and went on high alert to try and figure out if there was someone on the premises. Everything just went by so fast, and then they took her to be interred with Father. Obviously, Father Callum was called, and he came by, and he pronounced her, and
right.
but I know I mean it's possible. I never heard her leave once she came home, but also it, like I said, the bed wasn't soaked through, I suppose. Not all over, anyways. So
Right.
maybe she was taken and then brought back. I don't really know. Like I said, we saw her come in. She ran straight to her room. Didn't really speak to me or Merkeen. But she just seemed upset, and girls like her, young, I mean, she's had a few of those before, where she's come home upset in the evening over something or the other, and we've left her to her own devices, and in the morning she's brand new again and ready to start another day. So I just assumed that maybe she had an unfortunate discussion with someone, or I don't know. But there are times where, she'll be out in town and things won't go perfectly well. Her family, she, I mean, her mother is the mayor, her father is Lord Keene, and not everyone is as well established as the Keenes or the other founding families, and some of the townsfolk do have a problem with it. For one reason or another. I couldn't tell you all of their reasons, and I couldn't explain why, but whether it's because they've got more than others, whether they simply don't like her father, or disagree with something her mother has done for the town. She has had a few confrontations with some of the people in the town about decisions made, and has come home upset before.
Right.
But nothing. No one's ever. I mean, she's never come home and said she's been threatened. So I don't think. I mean, well, I don't know what to think anymore. I mean, I never thought someone here in town could do something like this, and not to her. Like I said, I mean, everyone loved Maria. If they had a problem, it was with her family, and they would bring their grievances to her, and she would get upset. But yes, I wish I could be of more help. I wish I could point you in the right direction, but there's no one that I could think of that I would think would be capable of this. Although now I'm questioning all of those ideas.
Right.
Is there anything else I can do for you? I have quite a bit of work around the manor to get done, and I have to help the mayor with a few things.
We've looked at it enough, I think.
Yes.
You may return to your work. We will go ahead and leave.
Let me show you out then.
Thank you for your
Yes.
time.
Thank you again for your time.
Of course. And if you need anything else, or if anything else comes up and you need answers, please do come by. And if you do need time with McKean, we can find some. We just need a little bit of notice, as things are in a state right now.
I don't think we will need to discuss anything with her until we find out more about it.
Okay.
No reason to bother her. She's suffered enough.
He leads you down the hall and back down the stairs, and opens the door for you, and he says, I really do hope you are able to figure this out, and I hope we're able to help you in whatever way we can. We really just want to figure out. This has never happened in our town before. We're not small, but we're not large either, and I don't know. This is not a normal occurrence by any means. So, yes, I hope you and the sheriff are able to get to the bottom of this.
So we will do our best.
Yes.
Thank you for your help again.
Of course. And he lets you out and then shuts the door behind you, and you're sort of left to head back out towards the courtyard and then the street as you walk outside, and the guards open the gate and then shut it behind you and lock it and kind of nod at you as you pass by. And you are kind of left with the evidence that you found and the ideas that you have to pursue, and we will go to Dobby and Voltaim. So you head from the Isons towards sort of the market area of the town, the entertainment area, and go ahead and make. I assume you're asking for like a brothel.
Yes, it'd be like directions.
Okay, so go ahead and make just an investigation.
Okay, cool.
I'll help Dobby.
Okay, so make it with advantage just to see, how long it takes you.
It's 14.
Okay, yeah, pretty good. Yeah, you ask a few people, and they kind of a few of them, you find the right people to ask, and a few of them give you smirks, and they point you, and they say, yeah, the Red Lady, it's just down this way, and yeah, just head to your left. You can't miss it. Big, gaudy sign. A bit early in the day, but hey, I ain't judging.
Oh yeah, cool. Thanks, my man.
And you follow the directions, and within about 25 minutes or so, you find a sort of largish building, brick, has a nice sort of archway into it. It's 2-story. You see a few windows in the front, and a few big, large windows, but the curtains drawn in the front. And you see a sign stating the Red Lady, and it looks to have some kind of likely what you've seen in Dash arcane property that would light it up in the evening. But right now it's dull as it's daylight out.
Very cool.
There's a large sort of door, wooden door, with some fairly nice sort of etching in it. Looks pretty lavish. And a large sort of knocker to head inside. Right now it's closed. You figure that normally, probably in the evening, as you head over to it and kind of stand in front of it, you'd think that in the evening it's probably slightly open or has likely a bouncer outside of it. Right now it doesn't look like there's too much presence around there.
Got you. Cool. So we go in. Boom.
Okay, so you go to press your hand into the door, and as you press it, it is currently locked.
Oh shit.
What time of day is it?
It's like
Might not be service hours.
Yeah,
11:30.
it's like it's almost midday. Fuck.
But there's the
Let me know.
knocker on the front of the door.
Oh yeah, cool.
Okay.
Can I reach it?
Yeah,
Or
you
Okay.
you can't, but Baltane does, and you just
yo, ball, a little help over here.
Got it,
Um,
got it.
and you hear on the other side a few, and you see a tall built half orc gentleman, gruff, looks like probably one of the security of the establishment. What can I do for you?
Are y'all
Hey,
open, sir?
Well, you looking for some company this time of day?
You can say that. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Well, sure, we can have you come in and sit in the waiting area and see who can see to your needs. Come on in.
Coolio. Okay.
He lets you in and closes the door, locks it, and walks with you to sort of this sitting area. You wait for a few moments as he says, "Just wait here. I'll get the madam," and he heads off. It's a lavish sitting area. There's a few small lamps, and the curtains are kind of gaudy. There's like tassels coming off of them. There's a nice sort of like chandelier. Right now the candles aren't lit as there's enough light sort of coming in naturally, but looks like it would be a fairly nice sitting area in the evening to entertain various guests before they decide to kind of head up to their various rooms. There is, you see across the way a bar, and you do see a bartender. Looks to be a half elvish gentleman. He's got long sort of sideburns, sort of like hair parted in the middle, coming down his face. Just seems to be cleaning glasses and sort of getting things ready for the day. You hear after a couple of minutes, and then. And you see a beautiful tiefling woman, purple skin, black hair, long and luscious. She's wearing a very nice, fine, midnight blue dress. Shows a little bit of her assets, but she has a shawl sort of over her shoulders, and she looks over at the two of you as the half-orc gentleman stands behind her, and he says, "Customers, madam, we don't usually get them, but they don't look like regulars, so..." And she says, "Yes, it's fine. Of course we are open to any customers who are interested in our services at any time of the day. Gentlemen, it's a pleasure."
Pleasure to you as well, ma'am.
Howdy.
My name is Madam Yala, and I am happy to see to your needs. What in particular are you looking for?
Well, that's the thing, madam. We're mostly wondering when you open for the night.
When do we open for the night?
Yeah.
Oh, well, normally it's around sundown is when people are ready to make the evening theirs.
Got you. And doing what? You stay open till sun up, or?
Of course. Of
Okay.
course, we do have some patrons who spend the evening and are given their privacy to leave as they see fit throughout the day. We just generally keep our doors closed during the day for we don't want any unmentionables coming in the middle of the day, of course. Our business is mostly an evening
Got you.
encounter.
I mean, yeah. Do you have a? I mean, seems a very very lavish business. They have a lot of.
Baltane just kind of like enamored. This is probably the first time he's been in like a brothel.
Mhm.
So just kind of just like looking around. Like,
Yeah, it's one of the nicer brothels I've been to. Seems like you have some nice clientele, right? Yeah.
Of course, we get all kinds of people, although they have to be on their best behavior with our ladies
Definitely.
and our
Definitely.
men. Preferences are open. We do not judge, and we do our best to accommodate every fantasy.
Oh yeah. You know what that be Pons always says, fuck who you wanna fuck, you know. Yeah.
Right.
Never heard you say that before.
No, but his mother cross-stitched that into a pillow for him when he was a child.
So, you were just here to inquire about operating hours?
That too. And I'm looking over at Ball. I'm kinda giving him the eye and everything.
Because if you're just here to figure out operating hours, you're welcome to come back. Well, I suppose the evenings now are a little difficult, but we still get our clientele. But yes, you can come back then, if that's what you're looking for.
Yeah, that
Or we
too,
can
and
get you some girls now, or men, if that's your preference.
actually, how much is one of your girls?
Oh, it depends on what you're looking for.
Who's your most popular girl? I mean, you know, I know there's you know, couple of high rollers moving in and out. Who's their usual regular?
Well, one of our most popular is Talia.
Talia.
Yes.
You like that name, Ball? I like that name, Talia. Yeah.
A decent enough name, yeah.
Are you
Yeah.
looking to both partake at once? That's a little extra.
Okay. I mean, how much would be for her time?
Of course, if for the both of you.
Yes.
All right. For the both of you, how much time are you looking to spend with her?
Oh, not.
This is a lot of depth than I thought it was originally. I'll be honest.
Well, I mean, if you're a fast finish, we don't need much time, but
Oh yeah.
if you're looking to take your time and enjoy the pleasure, then sky's the limit.
Oh, I'm just looking to pump it and shove it. You know what I mean?
Okay, well, sure, if that's what you're looking for, then, does, what, an hour sound reasonable?
How much is your usual hourly rate?
Yeah, hours is Talia's
For Talia,
hourly experience.
yes, for Talia, it'll be 20 gold.
20 gold. Okay, cool. Boom. I lay down 20 gold.
All right, I will go see that she gets ready and prepare the room for you. If you will just wait here with Quinn. And you see the large orc gentleman, and he just stands there and he like stares at you. She says, "I'll let you know when it's ready." And she heads off, and you hear the. Oh, and then she just turns back. She goes, "Oh, Quinn, see to it that they get any drinks that they need before they have their fun." And she heads back and heads up the stairs. And you're kind of left there, and you see the orc, the half orcish gentleman. He goes, "What can we make for you?"
I want a bloody sunrise. And Ball. What the fuck you want?
I'm good. It's
Okay, cool.
literally not noon yet.
Is do we have to sit at the bar to drink, or can we?
No,
Can we sit
you can sit here. Of course, we'll bring them to you.
Okay, cool. And I'm gonna wait until this guy walks off before I start whispering to Ball.
Yeah, okay. He heads over, but he's far enough away that you can have your own private conversation. And he doesn't like try to encroach upon you, as he knows clients are often trying to keep their own confidences. So he walks over to the bar, and you see him like whisper gently across to the bartender to start making the drink, and you see the half-elven gentleman start mixing together your cocktail.
Just so we're clear, we're not actually.
No, keep it in your
partaking-
fucking pants. We're not doing anything. Okay.
All right. Okay. I was just making
Clearly,
sure.
I asked
Right.
for that best girl, because you know Devin. He's a rich boy. He's
Yeah,
a party
he would-
boy.
he wants
He's gonna
the
be with that
best.
best girl. We're gonna
That makes
question
sense.
her. And
I
see,
just was
okay?
making sure that I was not Let him
Okay,
show
this
what
isn't
he wants.
party, Dobby. Okay?
Okay,
This is business,
alright.
Dobby. Notice the eyebrows.
Okay.
Okay.
After a moment, Quinn comes over and he hands you your drink and he goes, "Enjoy. The madam should only be a few more minutes." Are you? And he turns to you, Baltame, and he goes, "Are you sure you don't want to? You can take it up to the room with you as well. It's not forbidden or anything."
I'll just take a whiskey.
Will do. And he heads off over to the bar and he again whispers across. And after a few moments, you hear the and you see the madam again, and she says, "She's ready for you. Now, Quinn, if you'll please show them to their accommodations, that would be most generous." And she just stands there, sort of leaning against the bar, and he grabs the whiskey and brings it over to you, and he says, "Come on, follow me. I'll take you to her room." And you begin following him, and he takes you around the bar and up this staircase to the second floor. He takes you down down the hallway, and about 4 doors on your left. He heads to the door. He knocks, and you hear a voice, "Bring them in." And he just nods at you, and he goes, "She's all yours." And he just steps aside and waits for you both to enter the room.
Got you. I enter first.
Okay.
I'll enter in a second.
You head inside, and you see a room pretty much in the colors of like red and gold. There is a large sort of like king size bed that doesn't seem that it's on a it's almost like laying sort of on the floor. It seems like the mattress sort of raises from the floor in sort of like a heart shape, with various like red and gold pillows. You see banisters and these like sheer sort of like sheer almost curtain-esque banners that are hanging sort of from these like bedposts. You see a small desk, and you see a woman with just her legs crossed. She's wearing a very like sheer sort of negligee in sort of a black with like silver trimming. She's got blonde hair. She's sort of a more tanner skin. She has these orange eyes and elven ears. She looks, it's hard to tell her age. She looks pretty young. She's very beautiful, quite well endowed, and she looks like she takes care of herself as she's smiling at the two of you. She's got very elegant makeup on her face, very like dark, eyeliner to really pop her eyes. She's got a nice shade of sort of like almost like a reddish orangish lipstick on, and she's kind of sitting there just looking at you and saying, "Hello, boys.
Oh, miss.
You've requested my time, and I of course don't want to waste it for you. So what can I do to entertain the two of you?"
I'm gonna listen at the door. Is there anybody by the door?
Make a perception.
Cool.
We was actually just hoping if we could just sit and chat.
It's a 5.
You don't hear anyone.
Yeah, we're getting down to the business and not the physical type that you're usually used to. Is there any chairs in here?
She's sitting on one, but there's the bed.
Got you. I'm gonna go over to the bed, sit down with my drink, and I'm just gonna blatantly ask her, "So, Miss Talia, you a worker here? Working girl? I'm gonna be straight up and forward with you. My name is Dobby Ponce. This is Baltayim. We're investigators sanctioned by the mayor to find the murder suspect of the murder victim, Maria Keene. I'm here to ask you some questions.
Sure you are. And she gets up and starts walking salaciously sort of towards you and sits down on the bed beside you and just puts her hand on your thigh and gently starts stroking. And she says, I'm sure you're looking for Maria's murder. That's terrible news. But, well, I mean, I don't know what information I could give you, but I can do something else for you.
Yeah, I don't need that, Talia. I need to know. And I literally like make it an action to grab her hand and put it on her thigh, and I'm just like, yeah, I need to know. Are you is Devin asking for a client of yours?
Mr.
A regular
asks
client of yours.
for frequent this location.
Yes.
And she like takes the hint at this point and she goes, I will tell you the same thing I've told the sheriff and the guards who've come here. Our clientele is privileged and confidential. If we were to go and tell whoever came around who comes here and who does their business here, we wouldn't have much of a business in the first place. So, you either came here to, I don't know, maybe you like to jerk each other's off. I really don't have a clue why, but either you do that, or you do something with me, or you leave, because I cannot help you. I am under confidentiality with my employer, and unless you have a way of making me talk, and I recommend that is a legal way, you're not going to get any information about our clients who come here under confidence to do whatever the fuck they wish to do.
Ma'am, we're not trying to get anyone in trouble here. We believe that Marie and him and Devin knew each other. We're just hoping
That's great. You can
us.
figure that out somewhere else. But you're not going to get any information out of me about a client, if he even came here.
That's well respected. Well, business diving.
You're not very good investigators if you'd think that you could come to a brothel and ask about privileged clientele and just get information. Either that or you've never been out in the world before.
We were just hoping, possibly if we were honest, it would lead to something fruitful.
Oh, yeah. You know, of your kind honesty, because a very young girl, died very brutally.
And that is terrible.
Yeah. I just hope your conscience allows you to live with yourself.
Oh, honey, my conscience is as clear as rain.
Yeah, well.
You see where I work.
Guess you're not as beautiful as you are on the outside.
Bobby, let's not.
No, fuck it. I mean, hey, if she's gonna be fucking heartless, she's gonna be fucking heartless. I'm out of here.
For someone who just wanted to pump it and gun it, I take those words to heart.
Oh, yeah.
Thanks for the 20 gold, boys.
World, lady.
Bye.
Thank you, ma'am, for your time. I apologize.
Fuck out of here.
The intrusion of your day.
It's funny that someone from Dash would call me heartless.
Darby's already left.
How do you know he was from Dash?
His accent.
That makes sense. Thank you. And I apologize once again for...
It's your loss. Are you sure? You still have 50 minutes.
It's quite alright. Thank you.
You look like you could lose some tension around those shoulders.
Thank you, darling. And I'll just leave.
Oh, virgins. Oh, I forgot how they were.
Yes.
And as you walked out the door, you saw that the the half orcish gentleman was there, like as a security. But he watches you walk out, and as you walk down the hall, and Baltaim, as you follow, he just follows you. And as you continue down the stairs, he just follows you, and he says, "That was real quick. You still have time."
Told you it's gonna be a pumping and gunning. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, let's get the fuck out of here. Yo, question.
Minutemen, as they still call it.
Oh,
Yeah,
well,
yeah,
okay. I
yeah,
mean, you
yeah.
can do it more than once, you know, if you want to gather your... No,
yeah,
okay.
no.
Sure.
Almighty.
He says, "Let me see you out." And he, like,
Yeah.
he takes your glasses, and then he, like, leaves them on the bar, and then he opens the door for you, and he says,
Got
"Well,
you. I bring out like 5 gold in my hand, and I'm like,
Mhm.
okay, yo, my man, between you and me, this doesn't have to go to your mistress or anything, okay. But I just need to know, was Devin Astifer here the night?
He takes your
everything was
hand,
dead.
and he closes your fist around your gold. He says, "My friend, we're in a business. A specific type of business.
Oh yeah.
If we were easily bribed, we wouldn't have many girls here. No one would feel safe. I appreciate your investigation and what you're trying to do, but you're going to have to find another way to get that information. And if it is out of us, you're going to have to find a way to come back with something that will force us to give it to you. But otherwise, you're not going to get it by bribing us.
I get
We're
you.
not
Got
those
it.
type of people. But I
No
respect you."
I respect you, my man. You know, at least you were cool with me. More than I told you. Fucking goddamn.
You do know that these girls get accosted a lot, right? They're used to dealing with people a lot worse than what you asked. So they have a short fuse for bullshit. And he just opens the door and he goes, "Best of luck." And he pats
Thank
you
you.
on the back and nods to you, Baltaim, as you head out, and then closes the door behind you.
Maybe next time I should do the talking.
Okay, yo, you trying to do the talking, okay?
Well, no, you kind of snapped your fuse real quick.
Fuck it. Remember what Carol Eisen said
Refresh my
Devin.
memory.
about Devin? You know, he's usually on his boat at the lake.
Yes.
Maybe he burns out some steam there before he comes over to burn some steam over here.
Possible.
Maybe we should take a quick look at that. You know, what time is it? What DM? What time is it right now?
At this point, you spent probably around like after 12, maybe 12:30.
So yeah, we're still good. Did anyone say how far the lake was? Do we know how far the
Yeah,
lake
do we
was?
know how far the lake is?
Yeah.
It's fairly, like, it's just on the edge of town.
Okay.
But probably from where you had to go, it'd probably be to get across town to the edge of the lake. Be maybe like an hour.
Okay. Fuck it. Yo, how do you feel about this? We still got time. You know, everyone's probably still doing their shit. How about we swing by the lake, try to find this Devin guy? Promise you do the talking first, huh?
All right. So probably one of the only other things we got to
Yeah.
where he could be.
All right, so you guys are heading off towards the lake.
Yes.
Okay, I'll come back to you. Quinn and Sinric, you
Yes.
head towards the temple. And you find it fairly easily as you'd been there the evening before.
Okay.
It takes you probably from the Isons also about 25-30 minutes. And you end up entering, and initially when you come inside, as you get up to the temple, you do notice that there is a sort of graveyard on the side of the. It's walled in, but it's on the side of the temple, which makes you think like, oh, okay, this must be where they're likely laying Maria to rest. As you head inside the doors, at first you don't hear or see anyone, but as you begin sort of walking up towards sort of the front where you had originally met Father Callum, he comes out of one of the back sort of entryways, and he says, he looks up and he says, "Ah, my son, you were here last evening. Can I help you? Are you back to pray again?"
No, not this time, Father. I have some questions because while I was here, apparently some companions of mine decided that we would try to be of assistance to your town in regard to the recent tragedy that befell Maria.
Oh, yes, young Maria Keene. It's terrible news. Very unexpected. I've actually spent the morning getting her ready to be buried. She is. Well, we're waiting, of course, for Lord and Lady Keene, the mayor.
Right, and I don't want to. I don't want to interfere with the process, but I was wondering if possibly we could see the deceased. As part of our investigation, we are trying to gather whatever information we can.
A fellow person of faith. I am given your faith, and he points at the medallion that you wear. He says, I am happy to give you that opportunity. I'm not sure what you'll find, but please. And he leads you back towards a back room where he takes you inside, and you see a sheet over top of the body on sort of like a stone sort of table is lying there. It's sort of in the middle of the room, and he says, she's being preserved at the moment, as I would not want. Well, death can be gruesome, and we want to keep her as beautiful in these moments as she was in life before she is laid to rest for her final moment. So be aware. And then he takes the sheet and he pulls it sort of back, leaving it covering her modesty. And you see a quite, I mean, if you, I mean, it's hard to look at any sort of dead body. Her skin is pallid at this point and sallow, and you can see sort of like the almost like dark bags that were under her eyes. But you could see that she probably was quite beautiful. She has sort of a light brown hair in a sort of what looks like a shoulderish bob almost. And it's a little sort of stringy at this point, a little unkempt. But yeah, you see a young girl taken too soon, perhaps.
Okay.
So are there any like odd markings or anything like that as far as like towards the neck, face, shoulders?
Make a perception.
Where's my character sheet?
On the internet.
So that's a 12.
Yeah, you look. You can't make anything out that, look like bruising or anything like that. You kind of like tilt her head a little bit. You try to like look at the back, and you don't see. You can't make anything out. That would look like it would have caused this.
First thing I can think of is you said that she's been like clean, like she's been like prepared?
Yeah, she's.
Okay.
I mean, you. What? Hang on, I just need to. Because I can't remember. This is, I think, you have second level spells now, right?
I do, yes.
Yeah. So you, knowing this, you can tell that she has, and over the bag, like where you see the bags, you actually see 2 copper pieces over her eyes. And you can tell that the ritual that is being used on her is gentle repose.
Right.
To keep her body from decomposing any faster.
Right.
So
is
so
it
yeah.
just that, and in addition to having just been cleaned in general? Because I'm just thinking how much has been done, or if there's.
I mean, it doesn't. I mean, this is, they probably don't have like the same cleaning procedures that we do in our real world. Like, there's no embalming and all that crap.
Yeah, sure.
It doesn't seem like she's been like bleached or anything like that. I mean, her clothes have been removed. Likely for investigation, maybe. And also just preparing her. They're probably going to dress her in something more appropriate than whatever she was wearing when she lost her life. But yeah, I mean, it's hard to, like, you can check. I mean, if you want, roll an investigation, and you can see if she's been like scrubbed.
Okay. Yeah, actually, that'd be one way to start.
Okay.
See how this goes. Come on, and don't suck. 11.
Yeah, it's hard to tell, but it doesn't look like there's been anything like overly like strenuous done to her. It looks mostly like just her clothes are removed, and like she's just being prepared to get ready. Like, you can see that he hasn't yet combed her hair or anything for preparation of the final burial.
Okay. Actually, if her clothes are nearby, I want to see if there's anything I could find on the clothes that would maybe give a hint to like where she had been before, or anything on it that maybe came from whatever did this. Just something, because if it says type of investigation, that's what I'm here for.
Okay, so you ask the father, and he says, "Oh yes, they're just over there," and he points over to a sort of a metal table, and you see laid out is what looks to be some kind of nightgown. It looks like it's been cut. Likely they had to cut it off of her as she. I don't know how much your character would know about death. I don't know how many dead people he's been around. But just being in the, like, starting to learn this stuff, like, bodies tend to go into like rigor mortis, and it's hard to like move them and like try and get them out of things. So likely he just snipped it off and pulled it off of her to start getting her ready.
Right. Okay.
Or to allow people to examine her, likely, the sheriff and whoever else were doing the initial investigation of the crime.
Right.
But
that makes
but
sense.
yeah, so you see the nightgown lying there.
Okay, cool. And just to be certain, I would ask, tell me, Father, was this in one piece whenever you got it off of her, or was there anything on it?
Oh yes, it was. It didn't look. It was wet.
Right.
So you're the one that's preparing the body, right?
That is correct.
Did you notice like any signs that maybe she had fought back or struggled?
I haven't seen
kind
anything. I don't.
Weird that someone would just accept being drowned and not have any signs of fighting back.
But I've looked, and the sheriff looked, and we didn't see any bruising as if someone held her down. It's also strange that she was found in her bed this way. But she was just soaked in water, and we don't see any. There was no lesions on her head, or when we looked anywhere on her body, as if she had been, stabbed and it covered up or something like that, or strangled or anything like that. So we came to the conclusion it had to have been drowning. There's not really an official way to 100% confirm that without a ritual, and I'd have to ask her family for that. But it's pretty clear that given all of the evidence that we currently have, it's not blunt force and it's not violent in regards to it being a weapon of some sort. So
Right.
it is possible that she could have snuck out of her house and something happened and someone tried to sneak her back so that they wouldn't be found out. But again, that's also hard to think about considering where she lives and the amount of security that's there. And no one saw her leave again after she had come home. So really, this is not my area of expertise. All I can tell you is how she was found, and that I was unable to revive her once I came on scene.
Right. How far away is the body of water where she could have?
Well,
if
this
that's
town
the
was
case.
built on the river, and also the dam was constructed to create a sort of man-made lake. So there are two places. She has visited the lake before to collect flowers and take picnics sometimes with friends.
Right. But my question is exactly how far is either of these locations from where she was found?
From her
Trying to eliminate the
house,
probability.
to get to the lake or the river, both are probably about 30 to 40 minutes from her house.
So not a distance that one could travel easily while carrying.
I mean, depending on the person
Well,
and what they're
not
capable
easily,
of.
Not easily done with any sort of expectation of privacy. I would wager.
It was the middle of the night, so I mean,
that
we're
does
not
affect-
exactly a bustling town in the evening, and especially in her area, it's residential. But I agree, it would be very difficult, and she did have there are guards around her manor, as she is that is the mayor's family and the mayor's home.
Right.
So it would be very, very difficult. Not completely impossible, but hard.
Do you happen to know anyone that may have been displaced or unhappy as far as, family legacies with building the dam?
I mean, there was some unrest when the dam was constructed, yes.
Would there be anyone with a particular axe to grind against the families that made that happen?
Well,
Do you think?
when the dam was constructed, obviously there were some in the town that weren't in agreement with doing so, even though the majority knew it would bring business. But there were people who lived in the forests that had their livelihood taken away by the dam being constructed.
Oh.
So
are they still close by, or?
One of them is.
Well, that would be as good a place to start as any.
Yes, she works at Damien's.
Maybe we let someone like maybe Perry or even, you, Quinn, talk to this person instead of someone imposing.
You mean such as yourself, you mountain of a man?
Well, I am pretty jolly most of the time, but
I mean, yeah, getting to know you, you're quite jolly, but you must admit that from a distance, you do look like, about half a giant.
And at this point, as you guys are talking, you hear a voice. Father? Father, my dad's gotten everything ready, and he cut. You hear footsteps coming down the hallway, and poking his head around the corner, not realizing that Callum has company, is a blonde-haired boy. He looks like he's carrying a notebook under his arm, and he sort of looks around. He goes, "Oh, Father, I didn't realize you had guests. I just wanted to let you know my dad's gotten everything ready, so we should be good to go when the mayor and her husband get here." And you just see Callum look over, and he goes, "Oh yes, thank you, Eric. Go let your father know. We'll be ready soon. I'm just going to finish a few last preparations, and I think the mayor and Lord Keene will be here quite soon." He says, "Oh, okay. Sounds good. I'll let Pa know." And he runs off.
Oh, so who was that?
I'm sorry. That was Eric. He's the son of our graveskeeper.
Oh, I see. And they were just helping get everything ready to get young Miss interred then?
Yes, they've prepared the plot of land, and yes. He's our graveskeeper. He's made sure that she will be well taken care of and have a proper burial. I will perform the ceremony to make sure that she stays well rested and that her soul moves on to a better place.
Right. As you should, sir. One thing, I want to make sure that I don't leave anything unasked. The woman that now works at Damon's, what was her name?
Oh, that would be Sarah.
I met her, actually. Thank you.
Yes, she usually works in the afternoons, I believe. Afternoons, evenings.
And she specifically was displaced by the lake being put in. Is that so?
Yes.
Was she? How exactly did she take it?
Not well. Her and her sister, they tried to demonstrate, but ultimately, there were too many that were for the dam than against it, and their words were not heard.
She has a sister. What happened to her sister?
I don't know. You'd have to talk to her.
I will definitely do that. I'd like to get your permission, if I may. There is something I would like to try. It will cause no harm to the girl. I just want to see if there's anything that I could possibly divine just from the body of her personal effects. Sort of may have been anything magical at work here.
What exactly are you looking to perform?
I would like to see if I can detect any magic.
Sure. You're welcome to perform that ritual.
I just didn't want to do it without,
No, I am glad you asked, because had you have asked to speak with her, I would have said no.
Sorry, you can do that?
People can, yes, but it is disrespectful without the request from the family, and I am not here to disrespect her or her parents.
And you say your parents are on the way?
Yes.
I wonder if I might try and have a word with them before the logical conclusion of proceedings. If we could get anything from her, with their permission, of course, that would go a long way towards trying to help figure out what happened to her and bring whoever it was to justice.
If you can convince them. I was unable to convince her father, and her mother was not in a state to warrant wanting her daughter to be brought back as a mindless corpse to answer questions.
Right. I can see the issue there.
But you are welcome to attempt. But please, perform your ritual.
Okay. So, with his permission, I would like to take the time and cast Detect Magic, just to see if I can sense anything. Like, I understand it'd be like maybe a trace, if anything, but just like anything on the body, anything on the clothes, just literally whatever I can maybe get.
So you take the 10 minutes, and you set out your ritual, and you cast Detect Magic. And you do not see anything magical on.
Okay.
You do detect faint bits of magic coming from Father Callum, but that's it.
Okay, cool. Just wanted to make sure I could. Well, if that's the case, then I would like to just step back because I can't think of anything else. I thank you for.
How does that ritual work as far as like the gentle repose? I'll ask them how it works.
The gentle repose that he currently has?
Yeah, just how it works. I mean, does it like preserve the body as is, or?
Yes, he says. Okay. He says basically the ritual that I've performed keeps her from wasting away, and of course, should anything attempt to turn her into something of the living dead, it would not work.
So if it works to preserve her, I just kind of want to look at like the hands and like the fingers and toes and stuff like that.
Yeah, he pulls them out from under the sheet, like still keeping her modesty, but allows you to kind of like look at those areas. What are you looking
I want to
for?
look like specifically for signs of like, pruning, water damage, things like that on like the extremities.
Okay. Go ahead and make a investigation.
Good Lord, I don't want to do this. It's a straight roll.
Okay,
that's a 12.
You look. You see a little bit of pruning of the skin, as if she was in water for like a bit. It's not wrinkling to the point of like.
She wasn't in a bathtub for 4 hours.
Yeah, but also like. Given like how she died, you're also not sure if like her skin could have also gone back a little bit as it like dried out while her body was still not fully like cold and dead. So it's hard to tell, but there was some, so you can tell that she was in water in some way, but not not to the point where she was like sitting in water for like ages. So it's not like she was like at the bottom of the lake for 4 hours and then someone fished her out and did something. Like this probably happened pretty quickly.
And that was just on the hands?
Yeah, that was just on the hands.
Okay, I'll point that out to Quinn.
Okay.
So I mean, it does look like, she may have struggled against something.
Right, with what?
Water.
Father,
Yes.
Have you ever seen anything like this at all, or even heard of anything like this before? Because I've got to be honest, I grew up on an ocean, and the only time I ever heard of people drowning was when they were being stupid out at sea. I've never once heard of anyone drowning in a bed.
Neither have I. I've never seen this in my life before. It is a very strange occurrence.
I mean, I know there's magics out there. Are there magics that could potentially control water
Yes,
to a
potentially.
point of, this happening?
Yes, there are.
So I would assume, if there's that little bit of pruning, then she did try to fight back, just couldn't.
It is
How
possible.
does one fight against water?
I mean, I don't know of anyone in this town with that capability. But yes, I mean, there are items, there are things in this world, probably even inventions from the Twin Cities, the two sister cities, that could potentially perform this. But nothing I've ever seen myself, just through study and knowledge and speaking with other clergy in my travels, and also when I was a soldier.
Well, I mean, some type of device would definitely leave some type of marking. I mean,
It depends.
Water, it must have been a seal at some point.
Maybe. I don't. This is not my area of expertise. My area of expertise is in the temple and with the divine. You'd need someone with more arcane knowledge to be able to pinpoint exactly what this could be, if they could even do that. There's no guarantee. This hasn't exactly. There was no, from what I could tell, trace of something left behind, at least on the body, from my investigation. Other than the obvious.
And when did you say that the family will be arriving?
Oh, probably in the next half an hour or so. Hour, maybe.
And where could I wait that I won't be in the way? I don't.
Oh, in the front is fine. You could pray or sit in one of the pews. I'm going to get things ready here.
Yes, thank you, Father. I appreciate it.
Of course.
All you've done.
Or if you want, you could wait out in the graveyard area if you'd like the fresh air. But that is up to you. It is not closed. It is public and open as long as you are respectful.
Right. I do appreciate it. Thank you, sir.
Of course. And as you head out, you see him going to grab like a brush and begin gently brushing out her hair. And where are you heading?
I would probably just head out at least into just the main area, like that main temple area.
Okay.
Start.
Yep. So you head out there, and it's the large room with the altar and the various rows of pews.
Okay. And I'm just sort of look to Sinric and say, well, if there's any way we can try to convince the family to this, speak with their daughter, we might be able to get some more information that way. I'm hoping that we can convince them. Although I will be very plain, I am absolute shite at trying to talk people into things. I mean, I'm really quite bad at it.
I've noticed, but it's fine. I mean, it can't hurt to try.
That's my hope.
Although, at some point the dead should be dead, and
well, yeah. I mean, I don't want her to get up and start walking around trying to do a dance or anything. I just want to see, because apparently, if there's a way we can ask her questions to try and find out what killed her, that I imagine that would help her to rest, at least help the family to rest after what's happened. I mean, they obviously want people to pay for what they've done to her daughter.
In the signs they say no. I mean, you're probably not going to agree with this, but we could always find the means of forging that permission.
I don't know if that would work, considering that everyone involved here seems to be on, fairly good terms with one another, as in they all know each other fairly well. I'm not sure if we could fake them changing their minds if they've been asked before, asked again by some people they don't know, and then said people they don't know come back saying, "Oh no, they were just funning about. They actually really want us to have a chat with their dead daughter, so fire up the spell and let's go."
You also know that they're currently coming to bury her.
Yeah, that too. So, I put that. Also, I mean, if we don't do it right now, they are about to inter the poor girl, so it's kind of now or never.
Well, we could wait.
That's my goal. I want to wait for them to get here and see if we can maybe convince them.
Okay, so you're waiting for them to head back. Are you doing anything? Are you doing anything while waiting, or are you just kind of hanging out?
Have I recognized like what kind of temple this is and all that stuff? Because I mean, I didn't know where he, Quinn went the other night.
how much do you know about would your character know about religion? Like, would you have
given
cared
this
about it?
particular person, I mean, would be something I'd probably learn about.
Okay, like that's my question is have you taken the time over your years to look into this specific sect of religion? Like, would it have interested you? Is that like what would you have studied?
Well, yeah, because I mean, being the storm, god of storms. I mean, things like that. I mean, being on the boats.
So then, yes, you saw the crest on the father's sort of robes and things like that. You know that this is you see sort of the various depictions of the god of strength and storms sort of in the windows sort of the stained glass, and you do see the symbol of him sort of at the top center of the temple. So you do know that this is a temple to him.
So if that's the case, I'm just going to go sit on one of the pews, and I'll take my halberd and just kind of like wrap it on the floor, not hard, but like almost like a dump, 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 almost like a in rhythm type deal.
Okay.
And just kind of, do that for a little bit.
Okay. All right, and Quinn, you're just hanging and waiting, right?
Yeah, because with Cynric there, I don't think he would really do anything else.
Okay.
Just
All right.
Sort of milling around a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just kind of saying a little silent prayer with the rhythm of the, what I'm doing,
Okay. I'll say after about half an hour, 45 minutes or so, you hear the doors open, and you hear the gentle patter of feet, and you hear a few of heavier footsteps. And as you sort of turn around, you do see a woman in a fairly nice sort of travel cloak, and what looks like a gown underneath, brown hair, looking like she's been just crying and is still having trouble with her hand over her mouth, and arm around her, a larger man, also brown hair, slight, well groomed beard, human as well, with also a sort of a travel cloak, nice sort of vestments of not vestments, nice sort of noble-esque clothing, nice shirt, nice slacks, very nice sort of boots, well polished, as they both begin entering the temple. Behind them, a contingent of about 8 guards. As they enter, and you see, after a few moments, Father Callum comes out and he says, Lord and Lady Keene, Mayor, it is good to see you. Your daughter is ready. We have placed her in the casket that you have requested. Dimitri has prepared the plot of land. We are ready to begin whenever you are. And you see Lady Keene. Oh, honey, I don't. And he just says, it's all right. We're ready. Let's put her to rest, as she should be.
Well, Quinn, now or never.
Yeah, I was gonna say before they get much further, after he's finished introducing, I would just walk
Yeah.
up.
So like Father is like at one end, they're kind of at the other end, and you guys are kind of like in between them. And Lord and Lady Keene are starting to move up towards where you're kind of sitting, and they're gonna pass you at some point, but you can get up and kind of introduce yourself.
Yeah, that's the goal. So I would just try and get up to him like, pardon me, my lord, my lady.
Yes.
My name is Quinn Kenneth. I'm with the 2 gentlemen that are looking into the untimely death of your daughter. We're quite sorry for your loss.
2 gentlemen, and he kind of like looks over at his wife, and she's like, investigators last night. They said they would try to help. And he says, right. Yes, I believe my wife has put out a reward if anyone finds anything of interest. How can we help you? As you can see, we're a bit busy at the moment. If you're looking for questions or information, it really would be better if you let us lay our daughter to rest first, and then we can answer what you wish.
Yeah, I
About
understand.
that.
And I wouldn't ask if there was another time that this could be done, but it's actually not the 2 of you with which we'd like to converse. The father has said that he can actually perform a ritual that will allow him to speak with your late daughter.
And you see his face go pale, and he gets this angry look on his face, and he looks over at Callum and he says, "How dare you, Father Callum? You know."
It's not.
No,
it's
it is
not-
necromancy, and I will not have necromancy performed on my daughter.
Sir, I
The
understand.
answer is no.
I understand. I would not ask, except the last things your daughter saw could point us to whoever did this to her. I do not wish.
You see Father Callum is kind of
Anything.
like looking down, kind of like sheepishly away from this, as if he knows, like, he probably shouldn't have brought it up, but he's also been trying to see if he could do something.
Yeah.
As you're kind of saying this, go ahead and make a persuasion with disadvantage.
Oh, this is gonna be.
I was going to say, while that's going on, I kind of want to look at the mother.
She is tense, and also like upset.
And I do just kind of want to say something to her, because I mean there are 2
go ahead,
parents
yeah.
to say, yes or no. It's like I understand the dead should stay dead. However, any information gleaned from this could find your daughter's justice and could prevent other children in this city from meeting the same faith. So just think before either of you even give an answer.
She says, "Honey, and he says, "No, this is against our faith. We don't bring back what is lost." And go ahead and make your persuasion.
Yep. Here they come. This is This is gonna so well. That's a 2.
He looks at you and he says, I respect that you are a man of cloth as well. And he sees the symbol that you wear and he says, but we look to the god of light and life and necromancy. No, she was taken much too soon. But she was taken, and she is where she is. That magic would be a defilement of her spirit, and I will not abide it.
I understand. I had no intention of doing anything to defile.
Just bringing her back as a corpse, talking and giving you answers, is defiling who she is defiling her memory to us.
I meant no disrespect, sir. I just wanted to see if there's.
No, I am sorry. He takes a breath. You can see he was quite angry. Make an insight.
That I might actually do well at. Hold on. Ooh, that's a 14.
He was angry. You think it was mainly because this is against the fact. He's a hard man to read, though. He seems like he's a businessman. He's very good at sort of concealing what he needs to conceal. He obviously has made, he's made himself very wealthy and has made himself one of the founders of the town. So it's hard to, beyond just the anger of which seems valid, of this, it's really hard to tell much more of his character. But he just says, no, I apologize. It's just Father Callum here brought this up to us, and we already gave our answer, and to get an outsider to attempt to sway us from our beliefs is a little, well, it should not be done. But I did not mean to take it out on you. Please, this is a very difficult time for me and my wife.
I understand. And again, I did not want to insult the memory of your daughter or yourselves.
No, I understand, but you will have to find
the only time. But
yes,
please.
You will have to find your evidence elsewhere.
I understand. And please don't let me keep you any longer.
He just nods and he says, thank you. And I do hope you find what you need in your investigation. And if my wife and I can be of assistance once we have handled this and have a few moments to handle our business, we are most open to answering questions you might have.
I thank you for that. And I will...
You are welcome to come by to the manor later.
Yes, I will speak to you later. I imagine we may have some questions for you, but please do not let me keep you any longer.
He nods, and you watch him and the soldiers walk, and the father just kind of gives you a look, and he's kind of like a sheepish, we tried, and turns to lead the family to their daughter and begin to see that she is taken care of.
Right. So I would actually, before we go, who all is in attendance, and do I want to take a look around and see, because I met the mother, met the father, some guards, and I know the gravedigger's boy was there, gravedigger himself. While I'm on the way out, do I catch anybody else that's just sort of lingering around that maybe shouldn't be, or just
are you stepping outside of the temple, or?
Yeah, I would be leaving the temple. while they're going to inter their daughter, and just want to see if
Take a
there's
look like
anybody
around the
who's
street to see if anyone
Pretty much.
else is coming. Yeah, go ahead and make a
Pretty much.
perception.
all right.
Clever.
Perception check and oh, that's a 5.
You look around and you actually don't even see like people really coming by.
Hmm.
You see a few people out on the street just walking to and from their various destinations, but nothing that you can see who is like hanging around, like waiting or anything like that.
Okay.
The sun also blinds you.
Yeah.
So where are you? Where are you guys? So now you've come
Oh,
out of
yeah.
the temple. They're off into the getting things ready for their daughter.
Yeah.
You're standing sort of out in the street.
Shall we?
It's probably
head
at this point
to the
took you a bit longer. Sorry, that you had to wait for the family. So at this point, it's probably closer to like 1:30 ish.
Mhm. Okay.
Shall we
just-
head to the bar and see what we can find?
Yeah. I mean, I'd like to have a word with the only other people that we've been steered to so far that we actually have a location on.
Okay. So you guys begin making your way to the bar. We'll come back to Perry and Oriana. So where were you heading after the mayor's manor? You were heading to...
I think we were headed back to the inn. I think that was the plan.
Okay. So you guys make your way back to the inn. It's about probably 1 o'clock at this point. And you get there. There's a few patrons having their lunchtime meal. Damien's kind of looking after the group of them, and kind of flitting about. And yeah, you see if there's a few tables open. It's not super busy right now.
Oriana will walk towards a table and just kind of take it. And, Damien, when you have a free moment, a red, please, a red wine.
Oh, of course, of course.
I'll have the same.
Sure.
Make it.
And he goes and grabs you 2 glasses, and he's like, that's 2 silver, please. For both of you, 1 silver each.
Oh, I'll cover it.
Okay. So he goes, thanks. Let me know if you need anything else, if you want some lunch or anything like that.
Will do. Thank you.
And he nods and goes to take care of some other customers.
Well, I hope the others got more than we did.
Yes. The clue we seem to have found is had something to do with a natural water resource like the lake.
I mean, we were thinking earlier that it might be the lake. I mean, that Carol lady, she said something about people not being happy about the lake.
She did mention it, but
And I think Alec did too.
yes, no specific names though, which is unfortunate. We do not really
Yeah.
have a lead.
As a person whose entire life is centered around nature, if someone were to come into the village and destroy a vital part of it or change a vital part of it, despite the fact that we did not want them to, we would be very, very angry. I mean, but if someone is willing or something is willing to do this, it must be real angry. This was ugly. This was brutal.
Yes, this does not scream to me the involvement of purely mortals, unless they are some powerful arcanist of some kind. No trail in, no trail out that you could even smell. I mean, that's impressive right there.
Well, I mean, it had been a while. I mean, and when I was at the hunting party, I mean, after a while, trails go cold. But I've seen people almost drown, Rihanna. It's ugly and it's terrifying.
I do not imagine that it is a good way to go. Not that there is a good way, but probably
Yes.
one of the worst.
Death is a part of life. Everything changes. Everything has its season, but just and everybody says, well, she was the nicest girl and nobody would do this to her and I just don't understand. That can't be true. Everybody gets on somebody's nerves.
We are definitely missing a piece of the puzzle, I think, but the question is what piece?
Well, maybe the others found it.
Maybe. Why don't we lighten the mood a bit? I bet you a shiny gold piece that Queen and Sinrek probably got more value out of their lead than Mr. Pons.
See, I can't even bet against that because, I mean, I know where they were going and, well, I know Dobby says there's a difference between business Dobby and party Dobby. I have yet to see that difference.
I don't think Business Dobby wanted to go to the House of Lady Favors.
I mean,
I think Party Dobby wanted to go to the House of Lady Favors. That is what I'm gesturing the bet, even though he says it's all about business.
correct me if I'm wrong. We don't have things like that in the village. That's where people are going to be intimate with strangers.
Yes, it is where you pay for the favors of a man or woman of your choice.
I understand. You don't have to say
Yes,
anything. I
I'm.
mean, I'm not embarrassed or anything. I just paying for it seems a little wrong.
It is strange, and I do not understand the compulsion. To me, I much rather prefer the company of somebody I care about than, paying for someone's company.
So are you guys just gonna hang? And
Yeah,
wait
we're
for
just
them to
shooting the
come?
shit.
Okay.
Yeah, we're just sitting waiting and see if they.
Dobby and
Go up.
Ball, where are you going?
We're headed to the lake.
Oh shit!
Okay.
Meanwhile,
Damn it!
We're headed to the fucking lake.
All right. So you guys begin your
man.
trek towards the lake.
Okay, cool.
And that is where we will take our break for the evening. So thank you guys for watching so far. We appreciate it. We are going to take a short break, and we will come back soon. And we're just gonna grab new drinks, take a restroom break, do what we need to do, and we will be back in a few. So thanks for sticking with us, and we'll see you soon. Hello, everyone. We are back and ready to jump right into leg 2 of this investigation and see where we get. So we're coming back in with Dobby and Baltaim as they head towards the lake. It's going to take you about, because you're leaving from the brothel, it's going to take you about 45 minutes or so to get to the lake. So by the time you get there, it's just after 1.
Okay, cool.
But
cool.
you get to the lake, and you see sort of docked on the docks is a boat. It just kind of settled there in the water. It's quite large. It's not huge, as this is not like a massive, it's not a seafaring vessel, but like pretty gaudy. Seems like it's got some nice sails, although they're currently wrapped and tied, as it's not out on the water at this time. And yeah, that you come up and you kind of look around and you don't see any people at the moment, but you do see this boat.
Probably his boat.
Okay, cool.
Looks
Okay,
nice.
but it's a gaudy looking boat, right?
Yeah.
Yes, it's large. There's a couple of other actually smaller like rowboats,
Mhm.
and there's like another smaller kind of like sailing boat also docked. Looks like just tied up and anchored.
Okay. Okay, cool. Okay. Yeah, you take the reins on this. Okay, I fucked up last time, but you take the reins. You're more charismatic. Okay, I hate people, so you do the talking right now. If shit goes to shit, I mean, I got a theory. Okay, like maybe Maria's not the only one. Okay, I feel like whatever who's targeting these people, could probably be targeting Carol and whatever the fuck his face is.
Yeah, that's why we were looking for Mr. S.
So yeah, if shit goes to shit, I wanna keep eyes on at least one of them,
Well,
So
Carol
yeah.
seemed like she would let us.
Yeah, she seems like she would agree. Yeah. Devin, on the other hand, seems he's a douche canoe. So
we haven't met him yet, or
have we?
I mean, we know of him, but not know him.
Yeah, and the company he keeps, those fucking women.
Well, we don't know if he was laying with those women yet.
We don't know, but we also kind of do know. Either way, you take the lead on the talking bit. If we gotta get him, we gotta put the moves on him. You feel me? Yo, you still got those mushrooms?
Oh yeah, okay. I was like,
yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah, pass me those mushrooms.
All right. So you guys what are you guys doing?
We started heading to the boat as he's getting me these mushrooms.
Okay.
What was the name of that brothel, by the way?
The Red Lady.
It was the Red. I thought it was the Red Mistress. Crap.
No, the Red Lady.
I thought it was Princess and something like that. So.
Wow.
I thought it was the Red Princess. I was like, what?
I never said princess, and I never said mistress.
Okay.
So you know who the note takers of the group are, apparently.
No, there were so many names I was writing down.
Oh man, too many names, man.
Hey, I'm making them up off the top of my head.
A book. But yeah, we had
to. And somehow I'm remembering them. Okay. Okay. So you head to over to the boat, I guess.
Yeah, the nice boat.
All right. As you head over to the boat, you notice at sort of the bow of the boat are 2 people.
Okay.
Standing there on the boat, conversing with one another. A young man, black hair, short, cropped, a little spiked. Wearing very nice clothing, noble in attire. And another young woman with dark brown hair. It's long, sort of wavy down to her shoulders, and she's wearing sort of a nice sort of dress. Doesn't look as fancy as his, but she's smiling as they're talking between one another. And as you're kind of like walking along the dock, they turn and you see the young man kind of like raise his eyebrow. And he kind of like starts walking over to the side of the boat and kind of like leans on it. And he says, "How can I help you?" Gentlemen?
Would you happen to be Mr. Devin Astifer?
That'd be me. What can I do for you?
We're just me and my friend here. We are just trying to help out with some unsavory type business that happened just the other night ago.
Right, yeah, Maria. Sad news.
Oh,
Can I
yeah,
insight check that?
yeah. Can
Yeah,
I also
go-
insight check
Go
that?
ahead.
Oh wait. Also, I wanted to do a perception check, but it's fine. I wanted to see if he was like all over her. You know, like in a. playful
He
manner.
looked like they looked like they were having like a close conversation. He was like
Mhm.
gently like touching her arm.
Got you.
So go ahead. Yeah, go ahead and insight check him.
Insight.
Douche canoe.
That's a 20.
Let me.
He seems like pretty egotistical and haughty. Obviously not as upset as
Right.
her parents.
Does
He
seem any type of
like
remorseful?
there's a hint of like sadness, as if he knew her. But you can tell like his heart's not broken.
Yeah.
And he just goes, yeah, it sucks, you know. She was a nice girl.
So I've heard.
I knew her since we were young, you know. But shit
How
happens.
How close is him and this like girl? Like, are they in?
She's like walked up beside him and is kind of like leaning beside him, and she's like, "Who are they?" And he's like, "I don't know, some investigators, I think they said. They're looking into what happened the other night."
Were you aware that your ring was found with Miss Maria?
No, but can I get it back?
Well, I don't have it.
That's actually a part of the investigation, my man. I'm sorry.
Oh well, I'm sure I can get another one made.
Well,
you
I mean,
give her-
it was engraved. It
Right,
said "all
to
with
her.
love."
Yeah. I mean, it was given to me by my parents.
Okay. But
I gave it to
DB?
her.
All with love from DB.
With love, D.A.
Yeah.
Devin
Oh.
Assifer.
Devin Assifer.
Oh,
Can
DB.
you
Devin
read?
Asper.
I don't know if you should be investigating this, man.
Did you happen to give her?
Yeah, my
you said
parents,
you
you know,
it to
they
her.
gave it to me with love and then my
Right.
initials.
But you gave it to her.
You gave
Yeah,
her.
I mean, she was cute, you know, we had fun.
You had a physical relationship with this woman?
Well, I mean, you know, we
Because from what I can tell, and he's
hung
flipping
out
over
a
his
couple
notes,
of times.
Braun,
Hung out means
her head of
right?
security, said that he saw you entering and exiting the manor house.
Yeah, we've hung
secretly.
out plenty of times.
But secretly? You exited the manor secretly.
When did I exit the manor secretly?
Braun said he caught you multiple times sneaking in and out of the house.
Sneaking in and out of the house. I've been there when I was invited.
And
Let's
when
not,
was the last time
not,
you were in... Oh.
Let's not dwell on that. So
He goes, again, are you... I don't know if Braun is trying to frame me for something, because that's
no, but
pretty
it
weird.
seems like someone is trying to frame you for something. Why would she be the last thing she'd be holding is your ring?
And then
Not
you
on her-
hear the girl and she goes, "Ugh, man, I don't even know why we're helping. She was such a bitch the last time we met." And he's like, "I mean, she was upset."
Oh, sorry, Miss. Who? What's your name?
Not that it's any of your business, but my name is Elaine, and my father is the sheriff,
Excellent. I'm trying to help your
who
father
is doing
out,
a better
actually.
job than you.
That
Thank
might
you
be.
very much.
We are a little bit lost. We was hoping if you could help. So, you said she was being a bitch last
Yeah.
time you met. That's quite different from what we've heard around town. She seemed like a nice girl. What made you say? What makes you say that?
Well, she came to here to the lake. I was here with Devin, and she got pissed off about it and pushed me into the fucking water. So yeah, she's a bitch. Everyone thinks she's so nice. Please, nice my ass. And Devin's just like, oh, come on. I mean, you know, she... I don't know. Maybe she thought we were more serious than we were. What can I do? You know, look at me. I mean...
Oh, yeah. No, you're clearly not a one-woman type of man, Devin.
No, I mean, I settle when I need to.
So
Maybe.
she was more upset that you two were together than anything else bothering her that day?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, yeah, she seemed pretty upset to find me with Elaine here on the boat. And, I guess she thought the ring was a promise or something.
Well, it says with love.
It says with love.
That was engraved by my parents, man.
Like,
what do you...
Perhaps you should have.
I mean, if I was a young girl in my prime and a very,
okay,
sensibly
I mean,
man,
if you're gonna get me for that,
no,
I mean,
we're not,
sure,
we're not
maybe she took it the wrong way, but look, I gave it to her, as a memento because we were having a good time with one another, and we'd known each other a while, and she was nice, and I cared about her. Of course I cared about her, I mean, I saw her a lot, our families would get together, have dinners and stuff like that. Sometimes we'd go out on the boat together, like,
you can see
she
how
was
that
nice,
might be,
she was sweet.
To her, that might be a little bit more than just
Fair
playing
enough.
the field.
I guess then she was pissed, but she took it out on Elaine. It was pretty funny, Elaine. She's like, you asshole. I was like, she's like, anyway, she pushed me into the water and then ran off. So that was the last I saw of her, and it was the last he saw of her, at least that night.
And she wasn't upset about anything else that happened to her previously?
If she was, I didn't know about it.
Right.
She came to talk to me, I guess, about something, and caught a little bit more than she wanted to.
And y'all were out on the water when this happened? Or no?
No, we were here.
Right here.
I take out the boat sometimes. We were getting ready to go out on the water, but
Yeah, but with Elaine, being all soggy, you couldn't let a woman such as her be wet. Guess she needed a change of clothes.
What?
Like, wasn't she pushed into the water?
Oh, yeah. We took care of that pretty quickly.
Okay.
Where'd y'all head to after that?
Out on the water.
Oh, you have clothes on the boat.
Yeah.
On the boat. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And you stayed out there until what time?
Well, that happened in the afternoon, so probably till, what was it? Just before the sun started to set, Elaine, and she's like, yeah, we came back, and then we went for dinner.
And where was dinner at?
In the town.
Can I insight check? I guess both of them. I just want to see, like, are they like trying to like? Does it seem like this is a like rehearsed a little bit, or is it
No, yeah, go ahead.
Genuine?
Could I also?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, cool.
Both of you make a separate.
14.
Though. Okay.
Insight. 19.
Oh, 19.
So,
yeah.
Nice.
They seem annoyed. It doesn't seem rehearsed. It does seem like they don't want to give too much information. Probably because her father's the sheriff.
Sheriff, right.
Mm.
But it doesn't seem like she's like necessarily.
And they're also like young kids, like having a tryst. Like,
yeah.
You get the feeling, at least from her, that she's probably not supposed to be with him.
Yeah.
Okay.
But it doesn't feel like they're holding back like information.
No, you don't feel like
it's like
based on
like
how
things they did together.
Yeah, based on how they're like talking, like they've actually been pretty like it seems like they've been pretty honest. Like she seems pretty pissed about being fucking pushed into the water by by Maria. And she seems like not upset at all that Maria's dead.
Yeah.
Okay. My question is, so you got back right before sunset and anything?
We went to dinner. We had a good time.
Good time. Yeah.
And then he walked me home.
Did you see anything? Did you see anything suspicious that night?
No.
Well, don't you have to walk to go back to your house past that place? Did you want any interesting characters going past Maria's?
What house? No, we didn't have to.
No, from Mr. Astifer's to go back to your house. Don't you have to go past?
We didn't go to his house.
No, he walked you home. But I'm saying, Devin, did you stay at her house or did you go return to your house?
I returned to my place, but my place isn't near the Keen Manor.
It's not near. Okay. Okay.
Again, get your fucking facts straight, man. If you're trying to be an investigator, you should know the layout of the town before you start poking me and prodding me with questions, which I honestly don't even have to fucking answer. But I am, because I really don't have anything to hide. So, you may actually want to work on this investigator bit, because you're kind of lacking in the skills.
Well, this is just a new job fairly yesterday.
Maybe you should look into a different profession.
Oh, okay. Well, we'll just report back to the sheriff that Elaine was with you. I mean, at least I'll get him off your tail.
He just shrugs. He's like, but she goes, Devin, what? Like, and she's like, we don't have any more information. We didn't see what happened to her. We were busy together.
You know what I think, Devin? You're a piece of shit.
Yeah, so are you, dude.
I think you like running around with these little girls, and you get off breaking their hearts. And Elaine, to you, he will break your heart too. So I will.
He's probably right.
Fuck with him.
But
Yeah,
I don't know who would hang out with you. Maybe you're just like one of those incels.
Well, I'm a loner, kid. I don't fuck with people, because you know what? Most people I meet are exactly
they wouldn't like you very much. You have zero charisma, and your face is so.
Yeah. Well, your face is about to be fucked up as mine in a minute here. You keep
Dobby.
You're gonna attack me?
No.
That's interesting. Go from investigator to one of the suspects, huh?
Let's not incite violence.
About to be suspect in this guy's murder case. Either way, I'm done.
We're sorry for intruding on your day. Have a nice boat ride out.
Yeah. Don't drown,
Miss Elaine. I would be careful, Mr. Ashford. I have a feeling something is stirring in this town. Seeing how you are one of the 3 families that made this town prosperous.
Maybe. But what happened to Maria has never happened here before, and
And you think that one will be the end?
No, maybe not. Maybe. I don't really know what was being done. I'll be careful. Don't worry. We've got our guards. We've got our protection.
I just will say ill omens happen in pairs of 3.
3 is a powerful fucking number.
1 down. There's only 2 left.
Just be careful that you're not the last one who talks to me.
Have a nice evening.
You too. And he turns away and begins getting the boat ready. He's like, "Come on, babe." She's like, are they gonna tell my father? And I was like, I wouldn't worry about it. Don't worry, we'll have a few drinks, and that's all you hear as they're heading out.
Totally gonna tell her father that she's fucking him.
We're not.
That's gonna put a wrench in their shit.
They're just being children.
I love that Dobby is such a petty asshole.
My favorite is he's like,
it
Ball,
benefits
I'll
him
let
in
you talk.
no way.
Yeah, he's like, no, fuck you guys.
I'll let you talk. And then he's just like,
I
okay,
fucked the last one up.
Yeah, I fucked the
I'll let
last
you
one
do
up.
this one.
Yeah, I that's my favorite. I'll let you talk. Don't worry, I fucked it up last time.
Yeah, I fucked it up last time. Shit, man.
They're just being kids learning things in their youth. It's...
You know what happens to shitty kids, okay? They become shitty adults. And shitty
Some of them learn
adults,
from
you
their
know.
mistakes.
Sometimes they take a stumble and they get their neck snapped. Just saying. Mm.
All right. Where are you guys heading?
Back to the end.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'll say Quinn and Sinric, you get back around 2, and just around the same time as like they come in and they come over to your table and just sit down. And just as they get over to you, Dobby and Baltaim, you also walk through and you see the group of them kind of like just sitting down, kind of in a quiet conversation.
Okay. Actually, as soon as I get into the tavern, first thing I would do is who's the bar?
Damien.
Okay. I want to go and talk to him.
Okay.
So there's one. Damien, might I have a word?
Yes? How can I help you?
I'm actually looking for Sarah.
She doesn't start her shift until later.
About when would that be, sir?
Dinner rush? Sorry.
It's all right. When she does get in, could you tell her that my friends and I want to have a quick word, if we might?
Yeah, of course. Are you gonna be here yourself?
Yes, I am.
Well, then you can probably tell her. You'll see her when she walks in.
Right. I just meant if you see her first to steer her over towards.
Oh, of course. Yeah. If I see her first, I will surely make sure she talks to you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Of course.
And then
Do you want a drink?
not at the moment, but I'm gonna go confer with my friends. I might get something in a minute.
All right. What about you, big man?
Oh, he'll definitely have something, and then
I'll take 2. The
Two
one he was
what?
gonna have 2.
2 of what? Our ale?
Sure. Yeah.
All right.
Give me
It's
2 shots
a
of
silver.
everything.
I'll take
the
the
2.
left side of the menu, please.
Everything.
He goes
It'll
to
happen
pour you
eventually.
he goes to pour the 2, brings them to you, and it's 1 silver for the 2.
Okay. I'm trying to find my character sheet.
I'll have 1, sir. No. Sorry, 1 of everything.
Yeah.
And then at this point, you see you guys sit down, are about to speak with Perry and Oriana, and Dobby and Baltaim walk in.
Y'all did
Copper for your
better.
thoughts.
You're doing
Is
that
that
thing
fan,
again.
or are you actually going to give me a copper for my thoughts?
I don't think we're actually paying.
God, I hate this fucking town.
I take it you did not fare well.
No, we did.
We
have
just
fun,
had
so-
some unfortunate run-throughs today.
Yeah, 20 fucking gold worth of business expenses.
Well, you actually didn't need to.
20
That's-
gold.
What did you spend? Did
That's-
Party Dobby spend 20 gold?
Bulk in a text. Oh, did Party Dobby come out? Huh, Bull? Huh?
I actually am. I want to see Party Dobby. I think maybe Party Dobby will have a bit more luck with others than Business Dobby,
Well, did he strike out even
Well, you
after
get to
paying?
so to speak. Yes.
Oh,
Well, you get to see any incarnation of Adobe that can actually get things done with in interpersonal interactions that don't involve knives.
No, okay. I went to go ask one of the ladies of the night if Devin was there during the whole Maria. Okay. Turns out they got client fucking prostitute privileges now.
And
Fucking
you're
privilege.
surprised at
pretty
that?
sure that most places have that.
I mean, if you're paying an individual to do that, and maybe you don't want. as
Well,
much-
usually if you wave enough coin in someone's face, they start talking.
Well, there is still such a thing as honor.
But I guess they'd rather, still have genitals in their face than coin. So
See,
Uh,
Mr.
uh,
Pons,
anyone who wants to make an intelligence check.
Intelligence check.
I would not mind.
That's a 22.
I got a
got
2.
A 3.
fun.
Everyone else is just like.
Okay, the rest of you, but
Uh.
Perry, 20 gold is like enough to
Yeah.
last you like a year. It is a lot of money.
Yeah.
The fact that he had to pay that for whatever he did just now, if this lady is making that a night, it goes to
very
say
special.
that she is like, you're likely not going to be able to buy her because that kind of money is ridiculous.
Yeah, she seems very special.
Oh, yeah. She wasn't special. Okay, I've seen a dine a dozen and dash.
Okay,
And did you pay
20
20 gold for them?
Dobby,
No,
20 gold.
I laid
is
on the
a lot
Dobbs
of
with
gold.
charm.
Also, what is a dime?
What Dobsworth
I think
charm?
we're getting off topic on the lady of the night.
We are, yes.
All I'm saying is 20 gold is a lot of gold. And if this lady's time is worth 20 gold a night,
Well, an hour.
Not a night.
An hour?
an hour?
It's more like 10
Oh,
gold
no
an
wonder
hour.
she didn't tell you nothing.
It was 10 gold an hour, okay? The extra
20
10
for
was
two.
because
20
I
for
had-
2, and then
yeah.
for an
10
hour.
gold an hour is a lot.
I'm in the wrong
You can feed
profession.
a family on that. For
I don't
like
think
a
I'm pretty
year.
enough
Yeah,
to
she
make
does
20
feed the
gold
family
an
on
hour.
that.
Yeah, you're not big boy.
So,
Go
I
drink
mean,
those ales.
no wonder she wasn't going to share anything with you. If she goes telling everybody, oh, hey, so-and-so comes and we do things in bed, then they're not going to want to be
I didn't want
no
details.
more.
I just wanted to know if he was in a company the night of the fucking murder.
Well, that's
That
my
was it.
point.
Okay.
Maybe
Either
he
way,
don't
I
want to
found
be
out that he
Other-
wasn't. Okay.
Otherwise, we found out that no, he was in someone else's company.
Yeah, no. He's boinking the sheriff's daughter,
We found out, yes, he's him and the sheriff's daughter are
hiding the
also-
sausage. Fuck.
yes, hiding the sausage, as he says.
That is
Rhea
I was
found
just-
out.
Just taking a deep
okay.
breath and just kind of like,
But
Okay.
more importantly, we
Yeah.
found out where Maria was last saw alive.
Yeah.
By them two, as she pushed the sheriff's daughter over the boat
Into the water.
and left.
Wait, where did
Angry.
you go then?
We went to the
After-
lake.
Okay, the minute he says that, I am literally going to turn around and sniff him and see if he smells like the
I
smell
smell like booze and perfume. And then maybe
Yeah,
a little.
go
maybe
ahead.
a little,
Go ahead and make
maybe
a perception.
Okay.
He smells like Axe body
Booze,
spray.
perfume, and things.
22!
Yeah, it's 22.
Nice.
Yeah, he smells like booze and perfume and sweat. He didn't exactly go swimming. He was there for like 2 minutes, so
Yeah.
like, you don't smell like lake air on him or water or anything like that. He walked down the dock and stuff. So yeah, you just smell Dobby.
I will never do that again.
ugh.
Yeah,
It's my natural,
kind of
it's my
like
natural musk. Yeah.
yeah, it is.
Why don't you just sniff him?
Okay. So while we were back being productive,
I think that's
At the
quite
crime
productive,
scene.
but-
We were also productive at our interrogations too. One.
anyway, I turned into a mastiff and I smelled the sheets and under the bed. And it smelled like water from outside. Like it wasn't water out of someone's tap or pump or well. It smelled
Like dirty lake water.
Well, I don't know whether it was lake water or river water,
But
but it smelled
not
like
clean
water
water.
from not inside. It wasn't clean drinking water, and there was sediment on the bed.
Settle what?
Dirt.
Soiled. That
Dirt. Okay.
Oh, okay, wait. Okay. That's what the fancy was.
There was dirt on the bed.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
We
And-
didn't see the dirt on the bed. Okay, cool.
And
Did you check the not the kitchen, the bathroom?
Yeah, that just smelled like a bathroom. It wasn't really pleasant. But anyway, when I smelled the smell, it was weird because like as a mastiff, I can usually pick up a trail. I used to go hunting all the time. But the smell was just near the bed. And like when I tried to smell outside the bed, the smell just disappeared. Not trailed off. It was just gone.
Right. Well, there was no entrance or exit. So we imagine they had to leave somehow. So
Yes, but
you're saying their paths just vanished out of the room?
yeah.
Okay, so yeah, that just adds another point to this being a magical fucking murder.
So why I
Well, I do
smelled
not-
you because you were at the lake and I wanted to see if I smelled lake
But
water on you.
Water.
Yeah,
Okay.
we didn't take a swim. We just
We were on the docks.
Sometimes things smell.
Okay, all I smell is natural Dobby musk. Okay.
Yeah, I know it's unpleasant and I did not enjoy it.
Okay. Coolio. So yeah. Tell them what else we learned from Devin and Wayne.
well that they I think Miss Maria had the wrong idea about her and Devin. I think that she thought it was probably more serious than what he thought. And it seems like there was a lover's quarrel. She pushed Elaine over the boat of his boat and came back angry. So that would probably explain why she was frustrated coming home. She came home early.
And then
Perspective.
Devin and her, she is Devin's alibi, supposedly. They were on the lake sailing until the wee hours of afternoon. And then when it started sunset, they came back aboard land and had quote unquote dinner in the town. And then they finished the night off with, I'm assuming, other nightly activities before he went home.
Well, did someone see them in town together?
I haven't asked anybody in town yet.
No, but we could probably reference with the sheriff to see what time his daughter got back.
Oh yeah, no, I am telling the sheriff what the fuck happened. Because fuck that little.
This doesn't make sense to me. Why does...
If we can tell what time his daughter got back, we can tell what time he dropped off.
No, that part makes sense. Why are you telling the sheriff about...
I don't really plan to tell the sheriff, but Dobby did not have the best of times talking to the kids. These kids are a little...
yeah, fuck both of them. Okay, they're shitty kids, and they're gonna turn into shitty adults.
In fairness, they are kind of garbage kids.
They're utter fucking trash. Okay, literally. And I'm straight up about to take that Devin guy out to the trash can.
I don't think we should just ruin their their summer tryst.
From what you have described, this sounds like a man who, pardon my language, is an asshole.
Well, no, he's a douche.
But does not seem to be a guilty asshole.
Yeah, no, we're not saying that he's guilty. Okay, we're saying I literally just said that she is claiming to be his alibi for the night. I'm not saying he's guilty.
I just don't see the point of bringing it up to the sheriff.
Spite.
That's my point. You're just going to make this hard on us.
On them.
No, on us.
How would this be hard on us?
One of the founding members of the town.
Devin doesn't care if we tell the sheriff. Only Elaine cares. I don't care what the fuck she cares about.
I think she's I don't get a sense that Devin is the most one to take home to your mother.
He's very discreet either.
Yeah, no. Okay, he's aloof as fuck. He doesn't care.
Yeah.
I think that spreading rumors and...
Well, it's not a rumor.
You get the point. We are not making ourselves amenable to these people. And it is only by their willingness to cooperate with us that we have found the information we have.
Why would we want the daughter to cooperate? We would want the sheriff to cooperate with us.
Well,
yes, but I don't see how telling the sheriff his daughter... And I look around. Are people listening in on our conversation?
No, you're not being super loud or anything like that.
No, we're not being loud.
I don't see how telling the sheriff that his daughter is with one of the founding town's family's son. I don't see how that gets us anywhere further with this case. I only care about the case.
It doesn't. It's just spite.
Yeah, no, it's spite.
It's purely just spite.
It's entertaining.
I agree with your point, though. I wasn't.
Oh yeah, no. I'm not saying that your information and worryiness is non-valid. I just don't care. I'm probably gonna tell him. Probably not now. Maybe later. But definitely I'm gonna tell him. But right now we need to focus on who killed this girl. Boom. So you guys got information. You guys got information. Now it's Quinn's turn to share his information.
And in layman's term, we know why she was upset that night.
Yeah.
Perhaps we do.
Well, we were able to find out something, and you remember when we were talking to Carol, she did mention that some people were not very pleased about the lake
Right.
being created. Apparently, Sarah, who works here, is one of the people that was affected by it and displaced. She and her sister protested the lake's creation. Obviously, it didn't go well. But they can possibly give us some more information than we already have. And we did take a look at the body. She seemed to try to fight against whatever drowned her, possibly.
Well, I mean,
But it's hard to tell.
if you're drowning, you're gonna struggle.
Oh no, this just proves that she was awake during her murder.
Right.
And I would sort of try to throw it over to Cinder because he's the one.
So wait, that means that she could have probably seen her killer.
Well, her. Yep.
Yeah, you told me Father Callum. Did they, do some magic shit
You wouldn't know.
about magic shit?
You wouldn't know about any divine magic.
Oh yeah, true. Okay.
No
Ugh.
meta, Mr. Dobsworth.
Bad.
It's magic. There's a lot of magic for everything.
I
Yeah,
will
but
get
it's not
the
your
no-no
area of
bottle.
expertise at all.
We don't meta in this game. I will get the no-no bottle and spray you.
Beware the
Like that should be the item in game.
Okay.
It
Don't
might
know
have
better.
to become one.
the bottle of many no's.
Spritz bottle.
Besides, it'll be more fun when the day that Quinn does that to someone, you're like, why the fuck didn't you do it last time?
Oh man.
But yeah, for the whole thing about because Cinder specifically was looking at examining the body for stuff. I try and throw it over him to explain the whole thing with the hands and all that.
Yeah, I mean, it's just signs that, her hands were involved. I mean, so the only interesting thing there would be the fact that there weren't any markings on her feet or anything like that. So it doesn't look like she was submerged in water.
But wait, were there markings on her hands and face?
Hands, yes. So like pruning on her hands.
So the water went at least to her hands,
Or her hands went to her head.
to her head, right?
Right.
Could
Well,
have gone this way instead of being this way.
so going back to Sarah has a sister. What happened to the sister?
I was not able
We
to
don't
find
know.
that out.
We were told to ask her.
Right. And that was the plan. She should be in time for the dinner rush. And
Okay.
I intend to have some words with her to figure out what else we can about the lake and the town. Might help, because this is all incredibly strange and everything seems to somehow tie back to that damn lake.
Did anyone else oppose this lake being formed, or we just know it's just Sarah and her sister?
They were the only ones who were mentioned by name. At least Sarah was mentioned by name, and the sister was mentioned association.
He did mention she was the only one still around.
Okay, so that narrows it down then.
I don't think he
Okay.
said she was the only one still around. He said that she was one of the people that was displaced, that was here in town that he knew
Yeah.
of.
Yeah.
My bad. I misheard you then.
Okay, cool. So when are we gonna go after Sarah? For,
I mean,
Well, she will come to us,
yeah,
fortunately.
she works here. She will be coming to us then.
Also, can we not vert it in such a way as going after her like she is some sort of criminal? She's just a lead right now.
But we do not
everybody's
know if
guilty
she's a
until
criminal.
proven innocent.
That's not how this.
We do not know she is not a criminal though yet.
Yeah, we don't know she's a
That's very true. Again, you catch more flies with honey.
Yeah, man. No.
I mean, Dobby, today has not been the best day for you. I
Maybe
think
let somebody
vinegar
else
is
do
not the
talking.
way to do the things today this way.
Okay, first off, okay, what's her name started snapping at me first, okay? Secondly,
I don't think that's true.
I was asking her very politely.
He was an asshole.
Politely.
He
I
was an
asked,
asshole,
we're
yes.
on the investigation case. Okay, we'd like to ask you some questions.
Yes, but just because someone says no and you don't get your way doesn't mean
Whoa, she was no,
immediately
and then she
snap.
started snapping at me.
Because
And
you
I was
snapped
like,
at
oh,
her.
so you're just gonna let a little girl die in vain? And he's just like, oh, I'm not gonna tell the fucking sheriff.
And then you snapped at her, yes.
Yeah. Okay.
She was not initially the one to incite.
In other
challenge.
words, maybe someone else should ask Sarah questions. Someone, not Dobby. He has had a bad day.
I have had a bad day. Okay.
Well, there is one
20
good thing.
gold for nothing.
It looks like you made a new friend out of the ordeal.
I don't think he made a friend, Sinric.
I made no
I'll
friends.
point at
He may
Ball.
be. Oh,
What?
Y'all are getting along swimmingly.
that's true. I was going to say, I don't think he made a friend in that nice lady. I think that nice lady took 20 gold from him, and he made an enemy.
Well, I can't say that would be an enemy from an establishment like that. That was just an easy target.
Just saying that if the lady's time is worth 20 gold an hour, then,
Must be a good lady.
well,
Either way.
yes.
But like Ball was saying, well, you guys were at the lake when Ball was saying it. Okay, I don't think Maria's gonna be the only one. Okay, more than likely, if this does involve the whole lake shenanigans shit, they're probably going after the 3 families, and that means there's 2 more targets left. One of them being the douche canoe, and Carol.
Well, I mean, that's just awful. Carol seems real sweet.
She seems like a decent person, so I would not be happy if she died.
Which is why I think she probably will be next. Seems like they went for the most.
Maybe. I say
Maria
fuck
seemed
Devin.
like-
Let's do a
I'm
little.
saying Maria seemed like a good girl from
Yeah.
from passing.
Yeah.
Carol seems like a nice girl as well.
I don't know. I feel maybe they'd save House Eisen for last. I feel like they're going after, the first 2. The mining. The fucking Asphers were here because they were the head of the mining and shit. And Keen got himself wormed into the Asper and Eisen shit. So I feel like they'd go after them first, and then maybe Eisen, maybe Kara Eisen last. I don't know. Fuck it. Either way, I say we do a little old, night stakeout at our place.
Okay,
Which
well,
one?
maybe first we should find out.
Yeah, with Sarah and
Yeah.
shit. Okay, yeah. I say in the night we should go back, talk to her. Maybe she needs some more security, and maybe a couple of us, stay over there.
Okay.
And if Devin asks for die, he's the next one to die. Okay, I'm good.
I mean, that's wildly inappropriate.
He's wildly an asshole.
Okay,
I-
well, he's
Ironic.
And I can contest to Dobby is not as bad as this man.
Okay, but Dobby,
And,
you are also often an asshole, and you do not want us to let you die.
Not in the same way.
Oh yeah, no, he did not care. I mean, maybe he shed crocodile tears for Maria, okay, but he didn't care. Okay, he broke that little girl's heart. You don't do that.
Well, no, I do think he's a jerk, but I mean, if boys who broke girls' hearts deserve to die, there would be many, many dead
Yes.
boys.
I don't think
Also
that death
girls.
is a consequence of him being an asshole. No, yes.
Okay, no, she believed there was true love there.
Right.
Okay, you don't betray true love.
But the consequence should not be death. for
Okay.
that.
Yeah,
Is
they're
Dobby,
arguing.
like, super seriously upset by this whole,
I don't know.
Betrayal
Is
of true
he?
love thing?
I'm a insight check.
Go ahead.
Dobby, romance problem.
Dobby,
20. Dirty 20.
are you playing it up or are you
Um,
Does
Seriously.
Dobby love
you know
love?
what? Dobby's he's really angry right now. He wouldn't actively try to hide anything. So yeah, he's keeping everything pretty close to
Yeah,
chest.
he has a problem
Yeah,
with it.
he has a problem with this, man.
Wow. Dobby
Well,
loves
well,
love.
well.
What?
Nothing.
But
We're arguing the questions of moralities, but the point of the matter is, if he did not love the woman, and she did, he did not end it in a good way, that's for sure.
no, he.
Well,
But that does
clearly
not
Also,
mean you are guilty of a crime punishable by death. That doesn't.
Right.
Also, I mean, if we're trying to find justice, justice is not someone else dying
Well,
you
by
and me
this
have
person's hand.
you and
justice.
me have different senses of justice.
Okay, justice for Maria's death
Yes, that's all I care about. I don't fucking
is
care about. I
not.
don't care about. I don't care about that asshole. I do care
Okay,
about
but
Carol though. I hope
I
she doesn't
understand.
die.
Dobby, I understand. I
Yes,
too feel that it is wrong what that boy did to Maria.
as it should be.
However,
Yes.
if we want justice for Maria, if the chances are we could catch whatever did this by keeping an eye on the jerk, then we should do that.
So what? You want us to split? Okay, we're wasting resources here. I say we focus on one and not the other. Okay, we had more chances there, and if we at least know if he does croak. Okay, we know the last target, and it'll just be easiest for us to trap the guy who's trying to kill him.
If I may interject here,
Please do.
everything
By all
that I'm
means.
hearing,
Yes.
it sounds like the boy is going to be well protected and well seen by the, given his tendencies. Our attention might be better focused on the one that is not as visible.
I agree
Exactly.
as well.
It's
I
possible.
third
I'm
that
just,
that option. Okay, cool. We all
I'm
vote.
just
We vote
saying,
now.
Maria
We
was
are
also
missing.
well guarded. That's all I'm saying.
Well, I
By
believe
automatons, not real people.
She was
Automatons.
alone in her
Automatons?
bedroom.
other house. You're thinking about Carol.
Think about Carol
Her house has that automated
as automatons.
fence thing or something.
Yeah, it's wood statue shits.
I'm so confused. All I was saying was that
We're missing
Maria was well guarded, and
She had two guards outside her door.
She was
and more
alone in her bedroom,
more in the grounds.
but she was alone in her
Alone
house.
in her bedroom.
Also, whatever did this
Oh my god.
got into that room,
Yes.
past guards,
Okay. Yes.
without anybody seeing.
All I'm saying is we sleep in we check on her in the same room. Okay.
And there's a high likelihood that Devin is not going to be alone in his room.
And I believe that I believe this is some sort of plot to throw shame on Ashford in general. That's why would
Okay.
they
Okay.
leave his
I
room.
vote. If we're the democracy now, I vote for looking after Carol. All hands on deck on Carol. Looking after her.
I vote we figure out what the fuck is going on with the one lead we actually have before we decide to vote on what we're going to do with the rest of the day
Yes, we should
or
talk
the
about
night.
that
Agreed.
first.
I think we're getting ahead of ourselves.
I agree.
I also agree.
Yes.
Okay. Cool. Then let's just wait on Sarah. Let's hurry up and do that.
Yes, hurry up and wait at the same time.
Works.
You know what I mean?
That's how time works.
All right, so are you guys just waiting it out, like spending time at the
Yeah,
inn?
I'm gonna
I
order
mean-
some tea and
Are you going to order some lunch
soup.
as well?
Yeah, and
Oh, yeah.
also I
I'll
imagine
get
this
some lunch.
conversation took almost to the dinner rush, honestly.
No, it's about probably like 2:30 at this point.
Okay.
But
Bye.
2:30 maybe 3. But you guys order for the table some food and drink. I'll say
Mhm.
for the lot of you, it's probably a gold to get food and then make sure that your drinks are good. So you converse and hang out, and around 6 o'clock, you watch as the young half-elven woman that you saw the previous night heads into the bar and walks over to Damien, greeting him, and you see her beginning to get ready for her shift.
Okay.
So what do we want to ask her? Does she know where her sister is?
I'd like to.
Oh,
And you
Please
see him.
don't.
You see him like gesture over to you guys as he talks to her for a moment, and then he kind of like waves at her and like heads back into the kitchen area.
Right.
I would recommend that we do not simply ask her where her sister is out of the blue.
I think
That is a weird thing to do.
extremely.
Right. I
Yeah.
just want that's one of our topics you want to bring up.
We
We will bring it up delicately, and I
Before we get to that point, who's going to be talking to her?
Not Dobby.
Not Dobby, because
Not
he's got a
Dobby.
bad day.
No, I'm going to my room. I'm not staying for this.
Okay.
I would make the argument for me as we seem to have the most success when I'm the one talking, just based off of recent experiences at Gates.
Well,
So while they're deciding who goes and talks, I'm just going to go to the bar and order another round of drinks before they decide to talk to this lady.
Okay, so you order another set of what, ales?
Yep.
Okay. With that plus the drinks that you've already been consuming, that's another gold.
So I've already drank a gold's
Oh wait,
worth.
hang on. No, what I said 2 silver. Sorry, it was 2 silver for 2 ales. But you had to 2, and then it's been 3 hours. So time has been going, and you've been having more drinks. So please make a Constitution save for me.
oh boy.
So
Here we go.
you said it was 2 silver, right?
Yeah, it was 2 silver for those 2.
Okay.
See, this is why I switched to tea.
You know.
Well, I haven't had anything.
Yeah, I haven't.
So that's a 19.
Okay, yeah. You're feeling it, but you're good. You're still good, and you have your 2 drinks with you.
Oh wait, no, that's actually higher. That would have been a 21. I did a Constitution check, not a
Oh
save.
yeah, save. So you have +1. Yeah.
So plus 2. It
Or
would
sorry,
have been
+2, 6.
21.
Yeah. So,
Yeah.
yeah, 21. Okay. All right. Yep. So you're feeling it, but you just feel good. You know.
I'll just go back to the table with my drinks, and now whenever you talk to her and make her upset, at least I'll already have a drink.
Also, when you went over to get drinks, she says, "You're with the group. You have a note from the Essifer mention. They said you have an appointment with them."
Excellent. I'll take the note and bring it back to the table.
Okay, so you have that.
And when I get back, I'll take my drinks and I'll give the note.
And it says,
probably
you can meet with them in the next morning.
Yeah, I'll probably just give it to Quinn.
Okay.
Okay.
That way, if I keep drinking and don't remember.
All right. Well, then I'll
Alright.
just show you. Apparently, we can meet with the Esvers in the morning.
Okay.
So,
Alright.
we need to talk to Sarah about what happened with the town with the lake getting put in, what happened to her, and
Her sister.
yes, and if there's anyone who would have anything against the families that established it.
Other than herself.
Essentially,
Read.
it's more of we need to try to have a conversation and see what information we can get without trying to accuse anyone of anything, because right now we know absolutely nothing. And the more information we can get about this town, the way it works, the better off we'll be.
Alright.
So I
So
would
what are
try
you
and I want to see if I can get Sarah's attention, either flag her down or go over to her. How
Okay.
busy does she look?
Well, she was heading over to us, wasn't she?
No, she's at the bar. She
Oh.
gave that to Sinric as he was walking up and going to order from her.
Okay.
So she's, I mean, at this
Well-
point, it's starting to get busier in the tavern as people are coming in for dinner before they have to
Yeah.
head home for the curfew. So it's quite busy, and she's sort of like heading up the bar. You see Damien actually at this point like running in and out, like helping serve as well.
They
In that
seem
case,
busy,
I'm going to walk up
perhaps
to...
a direct
go ahead.
approach- They seem busy, so perhaps a direct approach might just save everyone some time.
Yeah,
Agreed.
I'm going to walk up to the bar, actually, since
All right.
she's busy there, and not actually pull her away from her work.
Yeah, so she finishes up with someone. She comes over to you and she goes, "How can I help you?"
Good evening, Sarah.
Good
We
evening.
were wondering... We've been looking into the whole incident with Maria on behalf of the mayor, and we were wondering if we could ask her some questions.
Sure. You're gonna have to ask while I serve, but what happened to Maria was real terrible. I can't believe it. She
Yes,
she was a real sweet thing.
we've been getting that a lot.
Lovely girl.
We're actually trying to understand more about the town itself, as we think that might help give us a basis for different motives and things. We know about the three families who helped found it and things like that, and the formation of the dam.
Yes, the lords. Yes. And she says, and she goes over and is like pouring another drink and is like handing it to someone. What can I tell you?
No, I kind of like hesitate for a moment at her initial reaction.
Can
This
I
is,
be looking at her body language, by the way, while this is going on?
Yeah, she's like pretty unimpressed by like talking about
Yeah.
the
I just wanna be, like,
lords of the
focusing on
town.
that. Yeah.
But she's like, what do you want to know?
Well, first off, we're a little interested in the lake itself.
Okay, look, I can see you're beating around the bush. I'm just gonna come out with it. Me and my sister, we lived in the grove down by the river before the dam. Okay, we were druids, pretty good water dancers. Loved it. They came in here. They decided they were gonna build the dam. Well, we didn't like that too much. It was gonna destroy our home and our grove. So me and my sister got together, and we began to protest. Look, the lords, I don't know what happened. All I know is we were arguing that our forest outweighed the needs of the dam, and we tried to get people to join us, and we were doing pretty darn good. But, you know, wealthy aristocratic men have a little more power than two young girls, and my sister went missing. Sienna, I don't know where she is, but I fucking believe that those men had something to do with her abduction.
She went missing when the dam was being built?
Yes. Well, not when it was being built, when we were arguing for it to not be built. So, now here I am, making ends meet in this tavern. No grove and no dancing. Those bastards. If Maria wasn't as sweet as she is, and the mayor wasn't such a good woman, I wouldn't be so upset. They'd have gotten what they deserved, but Maria was a good child. She was helpful, and she was sweet. She did not deserve what happened to her. If only it was her fucking father.
Did
I
you
just
know...
see Oria, I was saying, I just see Oria not talking anymore.
She's thinking. She's thinking.
Okay.
Player is also thinking, trying to think what question to follow that up with, because we basically got everything we were looking for, but I don't want to just say, okay, thanks, bye.
If you're just not talking, I'm going to walk up then.
No, she's like taking a moment to think.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I assumed that most of you went up to like talk. I thought you were all kind of like around
okay,
there
we're all
talking
there
to her.
then?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I fully intended on following along.
So you're all
I was
hearing
not doing any
this.
talking
Don't
because I
know.
suck
You
at
don't
it.
know which men. They were just some aristocrats.
What? No, Lord Assifer, Lord Kane, Lord Ison.
No, I'm saying no. The two men that came.
Two men that came where?
What?
You said
What
there
the
was
fuck
two
are you
aristocrats.
talking about?
No.
Aristocratic lords, the men who founded this town.
Right.
Okay.
Oh, you said
She's
an
talking.
aristocrat.
She's talking
They
about when
came,
they
they built the
originally
dam.
came to build the dam.
And they wanted it. They wanted
That didn't
it.
have anything to do with the sister.
And they didn't like the fact that we were riling up the townsfolk, telling them that our grove made this place what it is. That it was more important than their stupid dam and their fucking lake.
Okay.
But you know, and we were getting a good crowd against them. Then my sister goes missing, and you think I don't think it was Keen and Assifer and Ison that had something to do with it? I can't prove it, but I know it's true.
Okay.
Sarah, was your sister? I don't know how to put this.
Like me. Although I haven't
Well,
practiced
no,
for a long
I don't
time.
know how to put this delicately, so pardon me if this sounds rude. Was your sister considering more aggressive approaches of protest?
No, we were peaceful. I mean,
Peaceful.
we were getting the townsfolk, up in arms, and not in literal arms, but
Getting them on your side.
protesting. Yeah, and
Okay.
they were joining us, but no, we never raised a hand to no one.
What do I know about, as a druid, the concept of water dancing? Do I know anything?
You probably wouldn't know much,
Okay,
but just
okay.
by the sounds of nature, probably like just in a high affinity for water, and
Okay.
plant and aquatic life in water, and the
Okay.
ability to probably like shape and mold it to
Mhm.
better the land around the area.
Right.
We're also interested in understanding the local folklore and tales. Amongst the druids that lived here, was there any sort of...
The druids that lived here was me and my sister. That's it. We had our grove. We kept to our business.
Oriana, not all druids come from tribes like I did.
I see.
You said she disappeared. Did she disappear from your home or from the grove y'all had?
We were out one day, each of us gathering the crowd, gonna protest at various spots along the river. Came home that evening, and she never showed. And when I went out to look for her, no sign. I haven't seen her since. I've looked. I've asked every townsfolk, every townsmember. No one has given anything. I asked fucking Assifer, and god damn him and his stupid business. All he cares about are his mines and the money he makes.
And would this have been previously, your home previously been where the lake is now?
On the edge, yeah.
On the edge.
It's been destroyed by the water running.
I like go to look for Dobby, but he's not there. So I'm like,
Where did Dobby? Where did you go?
His room.
Oh,
Yeah,
he
went to his room.
Okay.
He didn't want to risk fucking it up.
Okay.
Smart.
I understand your anger. If this had happened to my village, if this had happened to the woods where I live, I would be furious.
The anger over the grove is faded. This town has flourished. It is doing okay, and nature is not crying out. There's no harm beyond the land we lost, but my anger is with the loss of my sister.
Anything happened to my brothers, I'd be just as angry.
I just don't know. I don't know what happened to her. And I mean, it's been years. I don't even know if she's still alive. And I never got any closure. And no one would give me any information.
I'm going to explain the crime scene to her in detail.
She looks at you and she says, "You have someone of druidic nature in your group. Can she do what happened in that room?
I'm not strong enough to control water like that.
Even with controlling water, you'd need a source,
And the source
and a
seems to
free
be
flow and large
outside.
source to drown someone."
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing is I'm so confused. I mean, there are people where I'm from who can control that much water, but they always have to be on the water's edge.
I, I couldn't tell you, but those men, the heads of this town are hiding something, and something's coming. I couldn't tell you. Could it be my sister? Maybe. I haven't heard from her in, oh, what, 20 years.
Was Lord Keen he was the head operator on this? He was the head person in charge. I know
No,
the three were together, but was
all
he the
three of
one?
them. I mean, I think the head, probably
Was he the one
Esifer.
that won
Esifer
the
was
Asifa?
the main funder. He has the mines, and those mines were originally uh, goblin caverns, I believe, that were they were run out of those caverns, and they found out that there was precious ore in them. And I know he's been touted as using slaves for his mines. No one's been able to get any proof again, so I couldn't tell you much about him. He's a pretty closed off man, and his son is a fucking dickwad.
Yes.
But again, his son, not the type, and he wasn't around with my sister. He was just a wee babe. So I don't think he has anything to do with Maria. He's an arse, but not a killer.
No, something's angry or someone. Take a
Perhaps,
lot of take a lot of anger and a lot of hate to do that to a person. The way I see it.
but they're hiding something. You just have
Clearly,
to find the right person to talk to.
I walk
something
away.
in
I'm gonna
this
go to
town
Dobby.
smells very, very rotten.
I'm gonna
Something's
go towards
wrong here.
Bobby.
Okay, you walk off. I, I couldn't tell you who's involved, but I know the three lords are. They started this, and if they got anyone in cahoots with them, maybe. But don't don't condemn the entire town for three men.
No, of course not.
This place has grown, thanks to Mayor Keen. She's a fine, fine lady, and she's raised her daughter right. I feel so terrible for her. Her husband, he can go fuck himself. Now, I really should get back to my shift. I'm happy to answer any more questions for you, but I don't think I can be of more help.
No, you've been quite helpful. Thank you for your time, and thank you for
Yes.
sharing
Of
the
course.
Thank
story of
you.
your sister.
Good luck.
Thank you.
And she heads off and starts serving some of the other patrons.
We need to go to that lake.
We need to go to those mines.
I'm of the mindset that the mines might be more important than the lake right now.
Well,
Druids that used to live on that lake, one goes missing. 20 years later, the daughter of one of the men who may or may not have been involved with her disappearance. Daughter is drowned. The mines are definitely a source of something, but there's something going on at that lake.
oh, there's something going on in this whole town.
All right, Baltaim, you're heading to Dobby's room?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you head to Dobby's room and you knock on the door.
Oh, it's open. Yeah.
Open it.
You head inside.
We're done. But the woman, she's a druid. Her sister also was a druid. Both sister went missing 20 years prior.
Has she seen the sister?
No one has.
But they're what? Both very powerful druids, right?
Powerful, perhaps. We didn't really ask what her power level was, but perhaps the sister kept practicing in her 20 years.
Got you. Okay, cool. You then see like Dobby like get another piece of string, cut it, and like a piece of paper, and like starts writing like the name of Sarah and sister question mark, puts it on the ground and like has the string like laying on it and connecting to Maria, like the name on a piece of paper. He's got this weird kind of like
Yeah,
spider
you're
web.
doing
Yeah,
the like
spider,
the graph of like when someone
Yeah,
like,
but
puts
since
up
he
a-
doesn't, but
nice.
since he doesn't have like
a pinboard or
Yeah.
something like that.
pinboard,
yeah,
he's just doing it on the
on the
floor.
floor. Yeah. So you're doing like the interconnecting of like like Devin, and then you like have the like
Yeah,
Tryst
around
with,
Devin's
Tryst
name,
with,
you just see like
Tryst with
crudely
Maria,
drawn.
and then there's like a line
Yeah.
from him to
Yeah.
Maria, and then like
Yeah.
Elaine and Elaine to Maria, and like pushed in water or whatever, and like I know what you're doing. You're
Yeah.
trying to
It's
connect
a
everything.
murder conspiracy
Yeah.
board. I love this shit.
She said
Yeah.
the three lords came and they had they wanted to fight against their plea to stop the dam. They want to stop the dam, and the lords want to make
So
the dam.
so they did a protest.
Yes,
Okay.
but her sister went missing, and the protest ended.
Oh, that's suspicious as fuck.
Yes. I have a
Oh, okay, wait. Did they
theory.
explain? Wait, my question is, did they explain why they made the lake with the dam? Was it to help with the mining?
I don't know. Didn't someone say that was the reason? Perhaps. I'm
No,
not sure.
originally you were told that they made the lake because they realized that it would provide a source of a larger source of fresh water for a
Okay.
town to be built on. It would help
Okay.
grow the town, grow the agriculture around the town, and
Right.
allow them to, beyond just having the mine, which eventually would run out, allow them to sort of grow and also kind of be like a tourist destination as well
Yeah.
for the Free Kingdoms.
Okay.
And that was why Ison came in from the capital to try and make this a thing, which is why it's named Lake Ison.
But Ison was the head of this.
He was like the head businessman, but then
He put up the most profit.
Heen was like a young up and comer and was also like the investor as part of it. And then Asifer was already here with the mine, driving the majority of the business of the small, at the time, then small town.
And they say that Asifer has slaves in his mind, the woman. No one can attest to that, but that does
Holy
rub me
shit,
the
we need to
wrong
go to that fucking mine, man.
Yes.
Blow this hole wide open. Ruin the
But-
Asifus.
but-
Ruin Devin.
I think that is part of the plan to ruin the Asifers.
But specifically, Devin.
Yeah.
I think
He's like has it out for like a 20-year-old kid.
Seriously, I mean, yeah,
What?
dude fucks
You're
around a lot, but
70s?
I love-
I mean, my gosh.
I love how we have this guy in his as pretty much at the beginning of his twilight years, whose sole mission in life is to
He's
just
not that
fuck
old
with
for halflings.
20-year-olds.
Yeah.
yeah.
He's like that. He's like the
halflings-
guy, get the
Yeah.
fuck off my porch.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, doesn't seem far off.
Yeah.
But I have a theory. I have a theory that might or might not work. I'm just throwing something
Okay,
out
more
there,
theories,
but
more theories. Okay, shoot. What's
I
going on?
think this woman, this druid woman, I think she is correct that maybe one of the three lords weren't so happy about protesting. Maybe the Asifer seems like he had slaves. He's not
Well, yeah,
opposed to doing.
no. See, right. Understand. Who had the most benefit at the time? Asifer. It's
Asifer.
mine.
He put the most money.
He was bringing in the ka-ching. You feel
Yeah.
me? Okay? He wanted more people. Okay. Well, that's fucking crazy. This is nuts.
Hold on. Before you go off in left field, hold on.
Hmm.
I think maybe he had this girl drowned in that river, and now.
Wait, but can't George just like turn into like water breathing animals?
I mean, if they're not expecting something, you can have anyone can be killed. But I think perhaps when Maria got to the lake and pushed her vengeance, her anger, maybe upset something or released something.
But maybe was it okay, let's just say if she was drowned and turned and maybe, turned in some kind of what would you even call that?
Maybe not even drowned, maybe just killed and thrown into the lake or to the river that will become the lake.
Oh shit. But Asifer couldn't do it alone though.
No, he has the most money though. He could have very talented people come and take them down.
Yeah, maybe Eisen. Definitely Kane had something to do with it. It's a double murder conspiracy. We hit the shit boys.
Anyway, I'm saying maybe a spirit could have done this instead of a person necessarily.
I mean,
20 years
that
is a
would
long
that
time
would
for
explain
no
the
one to
only
see
like
no
they
one.
yeah they dipped in dipped out without any form of struggle with the room. It was footsteps, only watery footsteps.
Yes.
Do ghosts make footsteps?
I'm not quite sure on that. I've never encountered ghosts before.
Yeah, I've never fucked with ghosts. I don't fuck with ghosts.
But a vengeful spirit sounds like a certain person that would kill the daughter of the person.
But that's if we don't want to assume that the sister's dead. We don't want to assume.
But 20 years
The only ways we'd
time.
be able to, even if her body was dumped in the river, okay? I mean, in the lake. We can't prove it. We can't go in the lake and search for this body. It's 20 years. That thing's gone.
Yes.
Yeah. But I do like the whole slave idea.
So elaborate on that.
Maybe he didn't kill her, and maybe she's just a slave.
Perhaps a druid would be the best person to start mining something.
It's a lot of shit. This is a lot of shit.
Move rocks.
I need more paper and more string. I need another room, to connect things. So many connections.
I'm sure Aura just has a book or something you could get to
I'm not fucking with Oriana right now. Okay?
Use my books.
Not no fucking books. A terrible lute playing. A violin playing. Whatever that instrument is. Could be a drum for all I care. But yeah, no. Good shit. Are we going? Okay, but the thing is, we still got, two individuals. What time is it right now, DM?
At this point, it's probably getting closer to 7:30, 8 o'clock.
Okay. And then, did we ever get a time of where the supposed crime happened with Maria? That was at midnight, right?
It was late at night. Unlike today where they can kind of figure out a time of death pretty easily, it was pretty hard. It happened in the night sometimes. Sometime you're not sure when. Her mother only came in to check on her in the morning when she didn't come down for morning breakfast, morning meal.
Gotcha.
So she went up there and found her, and they realized she had been killed sometime in the night. But it's not like it's not like today where they can do forensic tests and be like, oh, we know the exact between the hours. She was actually killed. So it was a little hard, but it happened sometime, probably late at night. It could, likely, early evening wouldn't have happened because that was when she was seen coming home.
Yeah.
She came home in the evening, and then locked herself in her room. So probably sometime after she went to bed. So
Gotcha.
you would think like between the hours of like probably 10 and 4 in the morning.
So
Okay.
perhaps
not
I
even.
think they're probably done talking with the woman. Perhaps
Yeah,
we
okay,
should-
they're probably done talking. Okay, but yeah, if we go investigate either the lake or the mine, okay, still we got Carol, okay, and fucking Devin, and if the Asifers are the ones that supposedly killed this Druid chick, okay, they're probably going after what I'm saying, but like in reverse, right? Like they're gonna go at they went after Maria, and they're gonna probably go after Carol now and save fucking Devin for last.
Yes,
So
he would be
that's
the
still
most guilty. He'd be the most guilty party.
exactly. So still we need to cover her, okay?
Yeah.
Because I still don't trust automatons, okay? I don't trust automatons, okay? I don't trust them.
I have
You don't
no
trust a
idea
lot of things.
where
Don't trust a lot
Dobby's
of
getting
people.
automatons, but
This is
Neither
paranoia.
do you.
No.
Nobody
I'm
does.
confused about that too.
I don't ever remember saying automatons.
Automatons.
That is nowhere in my notes. I
Dobby
checked
I'm
just-
mixing,
three
I'm
just
mixing
got
everything
paranoid.
up, dude. You know,
They
Dobby,
had an
Dobby's in
automated
it.
gate,
Dobby's in
and
it,
that was
man.
it. And all of a
She
sudden,
had-
there's
it, man.
robots and shit all
I
over
think
the
there were
place.
statues of armor in her
Yeah.
foyer.
And now he thinks that she actually has robot guards.
Yeah, I don't trust automatons.
I don't trust
You-
automatons.
You
I
don't trust a
those
lot
damn
of things.
transformers.
Okay, but yeah. Okay,
I'm like, when
she's
did this
gonna be-
become Eberron?
Right? Thank you.
I want to know where are
Well, I
automatons
mean-
even a thing in this
Yo,
world?
man,
Because I haven't
they-
seen a
they
goddamn
probably not. I'm
Warforged
mixing-
yet.
You
I'm
guys
mixing
came from a
golems.
technologically
I'm
Yeah,
advanced
there's
area.
technologically advanced, but no one's really
technically
made. I mean,
a
you
top-
haven't. Well,
yeah.
or you haven't seen a made like robot yet.
But golems
Yeah.
exist, right?
Golems, yeah. But
Golems,
Yeah,
those are
go-
magic. Those are more. Those are magical
Magically.
constructs.
Magical constructs.
Like those
okay?
are
Yeah, I
fed
don't
by
trust- I
arcane
don't-
energy, not
I
not like
I don't trust
electricity.
magical constructs, okay? Because they're not fucking real.
That's no okay.
still not any golems on.
You can't trust anything that's not real. Secondly, okay,
That's
so
not-
yeah, she still probably need protection, okay? I don't want to see another girl killed over some bullshit. I can't handle it.
Can I insight check Dobby?
Yeah, go ahead.
What the fucking insight check?
I just want to know like this girl dying like means something to you like this hits home to you.
Well, I mean, I already figured out the whole Dobby
He's
loves
hard. He's
love
hard. I mean,
shit,
Dobby's kind of
so-
all over the place about automatons and
Yeah,
you know
he
the
is.
lake and some spirit or maybe the Asifers and like fuck the Asifers. Like who cares if they die? Like he's just like all over the place.
Yeah.
It's
he
kind
is
of a bit
also
hard to
making a
follow, and your
conspiracy
brain
theory.
is kind of a bit scrambled like listening to him.
Right. Let's head back.
All right.
Yeah, fuck it. I need to continue this later. And then he leaves.
Okay, so you guys head out. What have you guys been doing meanwhile while they've been having this conversation?
I think
As
we're just
soon
trying to
as-
decide what we're doing for tonight.
Yeah, as soon as Sarah started talking about her sister being kidnapped and not seeing her for 20 years, Quinn just gets real quiet and probably hasn't said anything since that point. Just
Do I notice
Yeah.
that?
that's
Harry
it.
looks like she's actively seething.
I'm gonna ask the obvious question. Where are the mines?
We don't know. We haven't asked anyone.
It's kind of my point.
Sarah's there. If you want to ask her. Like she's
Well,
off dealing with other customers, but you haven't. You never got the location after she said that's what he owned.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of my point. I mean, we know where the lake is. So, I mean, I don't, yeah. I think the mines would be more pressing to visit and then potentially spending the night with Carol.
I don't think we're going to get into the mines because they told us, based on what Sarah told us, it sounds like nobody goes into the mines really. There's not like employees who work there.
I don't think the mines are as pressing. Although, really, if this man is keeping slaves, something has to be done.
We can deal with that. My money still on the lake is important. Dobby
There
and
is something.
Baltaim went to the lake, but they didn't actually look at the lake. They just talked to Devin.
There is something here. It is angry. It is very angry, I think.
So, I mean, we got some time. We can just go to the lake. I mean, that's
I say we go to the lake tonight. Maybe we stay at Carol's if we feel like that there's really an urgent threat to her life. We go over to Carol and we say, "We're worried about you. Will you let us stay in the house in case something happens?" Also, I realized I'm not using the voice.
Yeah, we assumed you were trying to table talk this whole thing.
Yeah,
yeah.
I was
exactly.
table talking, but I probably should have done it in character.
Yes.
Yeah. Something is very, very wrong.
Okay.
At this
Something is
point,
very, very angry.
Baltaim and Dobby come back into the bar area from the rooms.
So, glad to have you back, boys.
Yeah. Anything else? Did she you evolved from her?
You didn't miss much.
Okay, I just catching Dobby up to speed.
Good.
I'll just
So-
put this on the table. I think it might be spirits or a spirit.
I don't understand enough about druidic magics.
I don't either.
Maybe
So I was
Perry would
hoping,
be.
yes, you could maybe
I
help
mean,
me out with that, Peregrine.
I mean, there's a lot of very powerful magic in nature.
Oh shit.
Enough that a spirit can control it.
I'm sure a very angry dead druid is something left to handle.
You
That's what I'm
assuming
thinking of.
she's dead? She
Or
could
if
still
even
be
if she's
alive.
alive,
I'm not
it's been 20
assuming
years.
anything.
If it's been 20 years. She's had time to grow
Like you
stronger.
said,
We're trying to-
supposedly there's slaves in that mine.
There's also the slaves in the mine. I greatly am disturbed by
think-
that.
Oh, yes.
We can handle that, assuming that is true. One
There
person's
are-
testimony is not truth.
Yes, true.
There are
We have a meeting with the Asifers in the morning. They are in charge of the mines. Let's ask them tomorrow.
They highly doubtful they will tell us, yes, we have slaves in our mines.
No,
We'll
but
check
we
them
could
out.
tell from their reactions certain things. You do not need to say something to
Would you
confirm
be
a suspicion.
upset if someone said you had slaves if you did not?
We're not going to
Well,
be as
nobody's going to
tactless to
ask
say
them
that. We're going to ask
directly
if we
if
can
they have
see the
slaves.
mines.
We're just going to we can just tell them that we would like to investigate the mines as we're
Okay,
looking
but
for
how does
sources.
them saying no to us seeing the mines
Mean anything,
proves
yes.
that there's slaves in the mines?
It doesn't prove anything, but it gives us an idea of if something is amiss. If he lets us into the mine, we go into the mine, we see that there are just miners working, getting an honest wage, then we know that that is a rumor, that is not true. If he says no, then we further investigate.
If he says no, he just probably don't want us in his mind, strangers that just
Okay,
came to town.
we're
My point
assuming
is-
a lot of ifs and a lot of ands. Okay, we need to focus on
Right.
what's going on now.
Well,
My point is, we can wait until...
don't know what is going on now.
Well, we have supposedly two other leads that's going on. Okay, that probably it's a ghost. It might be the sister's ghost, or it might be the sister doing something, or it might be some kind of water spirit shit. I don't know. I don't fuck with magic.
We don't have enough information to understand exactly what is causing
I,
all
for
this.
one, would like to go to the lake.
I would also
I'd
like to go.
take a walk around. I'm not very strong. I'm also wasn't always the best at what I do. But I do know people who are that strong. Now, as far as being able to control that much water, water has to have a source. I know my mama can lift half a river, but she has to be standing next to the river to do it.
What if you were covered in water? Could they do it then?
You can't be covered in that much water.
Okay.
I mean,
To make a decision at some point, or we'll get stuck inside for the curfew.
Well,
We can't
amended
stay
to the
that long
curfew.
outside.
It's already
anyway
dark
for
at this
curfew.
point. It's like like it's getting to be 8 o'clock at this point.
We are above the curfew anyway.
Yeah. Also,
Yes,
But you have
my
until
point is we are running
midnight.
out of
until
we're
midnight.
running out of
until the
time. We need to
curfew.
make a decision at this point.
Well, if we
Ace.
think something is going to happen tonight, then perhaps I don't like the idea of splitting up. Every time we split up, things go to shit.
No, I think we should stay together. If there's a vengeful
Agreed.
spirit or something.
But what about Carol?
Let me finish. Like I said, I don't like the idea of us splitting up because every time we split up, things go to shit. We don't get all the information. Nobody knows what's going on. So, if we think something bad is going to happen tonight, and we think that Carol might be a target, then perhaps we go and we sit on Carol. I do agree that if we're looking for revenge, Carol might be the most reasonable target. Because think about it this way. If you know something's coming for you, that's a hell of a lot scarier than when it gets to you.
The
Dread
thought
will
is
eat you alive.
more powerful than the action.
So, if we think that Assifer was the ringleader, then he will be the last to be attacked. Perhaps. Because, well, you want to really scare someone. Make them wait. Make them wonder when the next thing will happen. Yes, I know. I've been living with that dread since something horrible happened in my village. The first person getting sick. So I know that fear will destroy you. So maybe, and I can't believe I'm saying this, maybe Dobby is right. We go, we sit at Carol's, we keep an eye on her. And in the morning, we meet with Assifer and then we go to the lake.
I like that idea.
I have no intention of letting something hurt another innocent person. Just because your daddy did something shitty don't mean that you should die.
Right.
So, what are you guys doing?
So it's decided we go to Carol's.
Can we
think so.
make it to Carol's before, or to the Eisen house before it's too late?
Yeah. You have. I think you were given till like midnight.
Yeah.
And it probably take you to get to the other side of. I think you're on the side of town where the Eisen house is, so it probably only take you about 15-20 minutes to get there. So it'd be about 8:30 by the time you get over there.
Okay.
So is that where you're heading?
I vote for that.
I think so. I think that's a good idea.
Oh yeah.
I still think we should check the lake first, but I think I'm going to be outvoted on that.
It's a little late to get to the lake and back.
What was your concern? What do you think will happen at the lake?
I think if we see anything, it will be late at night at the lake.
Right, but
what if we can't stop it at the lake?
Well, where are they going to go to?
If we can't stop it at the lake, what makes you think we can stop it at the house? I understand the point. I'm not going to argue that we should be going to the lake. I've been outvoted and agrees that Carol needs to be protected. I'm just saying I would have liked to have seen the lake first, but let us go.
I wish we had gotten an earlier start. If we had gotten an earlier start, I would like to go to the lake first. I agree. But we didn't get an early enough start. If we're
You've also been going back and forth for like quite a while.
Yeah, this entire time.
Yeah.
Yep.
So let us just head to Carol's, and in the morning we will go speak to Assifer. We can go see the lake.
Agreed. We can all keep watch, and if something does come into the room, perhaps we can get her out.
All right.
get in its way.
They are to believe our words since we came here before the murder, so why would we be part of the murder afterwards?
Well, Carol already said that if we needed to talk to her, she'd be willing to. So.
All right. So you guys begin heading your way towards the Ison Manor. You get there again, and you buzz again. Explain who you are, and Cogs opens the gate for you, hearing your voice. And again, you hear Carol saying, "Oh yes, yes, come in, come in. It's a bit late, but you're welcome." You head down the pathway, past the guards, and again, you see quite a few guards that have been stationed around the property. Looks like also the Isons have upped their security as well. You head to the door, and the older gentleman with sort of like the side balding patch says, "Yes, of course, come in. It's late in the evening. Can I get you anything?" As he lets you in the door. Tea or something to drink.
He would be lovely.
Nice.
Of course, of course.
Yes.
And he closes the door behind you and locks it. And as he heads off sort of towards the kitchen area, Carol comes into the foyer and she says, it's good to see you. Do you come bearing good news or bad news or...
I'm afraid we come bearing no significant news, but a potential concern.
Oh, of course. Come. We can talk in the dining room again. And she goes and sits at the head again, and you all sit around. And after a few moments, Cogs comes in and pours everyone some tea and makes sure that you have your drinks. And she sits there and she says, "Please, what did you come to talk to me about?"
We would like to offer our services as hired guards, free of charge, for you, just for the night.
We
have
have
some
reason to
concerns.
believe that your life may be in danger.
Correct.
Really?
Well,
Why?
don't have physical belief, but we have stories that indicate that you may be an easier target than
But why would someone
others.
come after me?
We believe that perhaps someone is targeting the founding families, specifically the children. We don't know much, but better safe than sorry.
I mean, this is awful. I didn't think that this would be the case. My goodness, I'm sorry. This is a bit surprising to hear. I of course increased my guard outside. I mean, of course, I'm happy to have more help. I just I don't know if I'm going to sleep very well tonight, given this news.
We're sorry to put a burden on you. We'll be as out of your hair as much as we can possibly.
No, I mean, if you really believe that this is true, and you could potentially catch the culprit, I of course wouldn't. I mean, I'd love to feel safer, and if it helps catch this person who's going after us, and stops them after what they did to Maria, I'm you're welcome to stay.
Well,
Thank you for your hospitality.
Thank you, Cal.
We have plenty of rooms, and we could get you set up.
Well,
I think the best course of action is going to be someone bunks with her for the night.
our concern is someone getting into your room.
There
If you
was-
feel more secure with perhaps myself or Oriana,
Sure. If I don't want everyone in there, it's a bit strange.
Yeah.
No, that would
Understandable.
be
But one of the
ill-advised.
two of you is perfectly fine. Yeah, we can set up a guest cot for you to stay. Of course, I'm not like I said. I want to be safe, and if you think that this is the right way to do things, I am all for it. Cogs, and he says, yes, madam. Can you set up the guest rooms for the other 5 of these lovely people, and a guest cot in my room. Of course, miss. And he goes and heads off. She says, well, this has taken a turn for the ominous.
Well, hopefully we're wrong. And this is for precaution.
I hope so as well. I mean, I don't know whether to hope that you're wrong or you're right and that you're able to catch this person, even if I am a bit of the bait. But yes, I do hope we're able to figure this out soon. Is there anything else?
Actually, how much do you know anything about? I know you know that the Astros do the mining in this city. Do you know anything about the mines, particularly?
Just the location, but no, not really. I've never been there. It's not really my
You've
area
never
of.
been inside.
No,
either?
I mean it's kind of a strange place to ask to visit. And it's not my area of interest or expertise. Like I told you,
Understand.
I'm looking into studying to learn more of my father's business. Buying properties and merchantry. So mines are not really the area that I'm interested in. Also, mines are a little creepy.
Yes, that's true. Do you happen to know any workers that work in the mines around town?
No, not personally. Again, I Maria might have. She was friendly with most of the townsfolk. But no, I like to think that I'm personable, but I'm not as outgoing as she is.
Would you be willing to tell us where the mines are? At least in the morning, anyways.
Of course, of course. I can sort of give you the general directions. They're not too far out of town, but a bit of a ways.
Thank you kindly.
Of course. If there's nothing else, I'd like to get ready for sleep and do my evening routine before you join me, one of you, in my room. So if
So-
you'll excuse me.
Mm-hmm.
And she like pushes herself away and heads off. And she says, "If you need anything, please just call Cogs. He'll be around to help you with anything, and he will show you to your rooms."
Thank you,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Carol. And we'll set
She
up
gets up.
watches.
Yeah, I can take first watch.
Yes, hourly watches on her.
Yeah, I think that we want at least one person awake outside the door.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm thinking that's where we take watch. Outside the door. That way, if anything happens, I mean, all you guys gotta do is just yell.
Yeah.
Yes.
And burst in. Cool.
All right, so you guys
Ugh.
finish your tea. I'll just say decide on your watch routine. And when you're ready, you call Cogs in, and he comes and he leads you up to the second floor and shows you the various guest rooms. And then who's going into Carol's room?
That's
Perry or
Well,
Oriana?
yeah. It's Perry.
you're more perceptive.
Yeah,
But-
I'll go.
Okay.
I can also potentially.
You also have your wild shape back, by the way, because
Yeah.
you've been resting at this point.
I've been resting. So that's the other thing is I have 2 wild shapes. So if all else fails,
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So Perry goes into her room. She gives you everything you need to like get ready for sleep or whatnot, and the rest of you get ready to begin your watches, and those of you like getting the sleep that you need, unless anything happens. As you settle in for the night, it's relatively quiet, and you can tell that Carol has trouble sleeping for the first little while as she's nervous, and she keeps kind of looking over at the window, and she keeps kind of going, Peregrine? And you keep kind of going like, yes, and she's like, oh, I just wanted to make sure that you're there. But eventually, she falls asleep, and over the course of the evening, eventually all of you get your rest. And as the morning comes, nothing seems to have happened. But as you come to, the last of you kind of at the door waiting, and you all kind of come out of your rooms getting ready for the day. You watch as Cogs rushes and onto the door, and Carol's like, "Oh my, yes," and he opens it, kind of not paying attention to whoever was like watching at the door. He goes, "Madam, terrible news. Miss Elaine Calder, she's been found dead." And that is where we'll pick up next week.
Oh my god!
No, it was Devin. It was fucking Devin.
Twist!
We would have missed it anyway.
Fucking, I see, and you were all like, "Oh man, we don't need to tell the sheriff."
Well,
hey,
you,
at least
you don't
now
know,
we have an
you
alibi,
don't,
though.
You don't know what's going on. You just know
Also,
that,
you didn't want to tell the sheriff we suspected Devin. You wanted to tell the sheriff
that Elaine was
His
sleeping
daughter was
with him.
banging him.
Guys,
You wanted to tell the
Good
sheriff who
news!
was
The
fucking
You
the
same
can tell
girl.
the sheriff
thing.
that Devin was fucking Elaine now.
yeah, probably would have
Yeah,
saved
that's
her
gonna
life.
go over well, Dobby. That's gonna go over well. Tell him now.
Probably
Tell him
would have
now.
saved her life.
Mhm.
I'm still going
I
to.
still
It
don't
have
know that
saved
it's
her
Devin.
life. We didn't expect her
I
to be
still
a
don't know that
target.
it's Devin.
I did.
I still don't think it is.
Bobby always.
I don't think it's Devin either.
Oh no, it's
I
not.
think it's a red herring.
Well, let's figure out how she died, because
Fuck.
that's gonna tell us what's
Maybe.
Fuck.
more about it. If she died in the exact same way, I don't think it's
Yeah.
fucking Devin, because how the fuck could he do it?
Oh, yeah.
There
All
are
right.
so many
All
questions.
Oh, murder mystery, guys.
Hell
Gotta
yeah.
love them.
Allow me to get my slightly larger spectacles.
Well, thank you all for continuing to watch. Appreciate you all. I hope you've been enjoying this as much as my players seem to. I've been listening to their conversations over what they think is going on during our break, and it's pretty interesting. So, yes, I hope you have been enjoying. We love you all, and yeah. Pretty big news for us. We are at 46 followers. If we get to 50, we get affiliate, which is like super exciting. So if you haven't yet and you like what we've been doing and our little game here, please hit that follow button. We'd be super appreciative of y'all. And yeah, if you enjoyed this session or any of the others, please share it with your fellow D&D lovers. The best way to help us grow is to spread the word, as we're still really small and we're still trying to do our thing. So yeah, we'd be super appreciative of it. We appreciate all of you sticking with us and chatting with us and everything like that. And remember, folks, it's nice to be important, but it's more important to be nice. Have a great Friday. Make good choices, and we hope to see you back next week. Thank
When
you
we solve
so
a
much.
murder.
Yeah. See y'all later.
Bye.
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 Bye, guys.